It's way above the cloud and greater than data alone. It's digital and it's transformational. It's in our networks, our Wi-Fi and IoT, and the smart environments that we make possible. Connecting our lives, bringing us closer through automation, innovative software and tailored solutions and services. In schools, hospitals, hotels, where we live, where we're heading, and how we'll get there. It's through our experience, our communication, and our technology. It's in our partnerships and the responsibility and actions we take to create fair opportunities and a brighter future together. It's in you, it's in everyone, and it's more than each of us, all of us. You are part of something bigger. Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise, where everything connects.
In today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, organizations face complex challenges. At TechBridge, we're on a mission to empower businesses with cutting-edge software solutions that harness the power of IOPs, cybersecurity, and productivity to drive operational excellence, enhance security posture, and optimize business performance. Our vision is to shape the future of businesses, where advanced technologies optimize efficiency, enhance security resilience, and unlock the full potential of the workforce. We believe that through innovation and strategic partnerships, we can transform the industry landscape and empower organizations worldwide to thrive in the era of digital transformation. Our software products seamlessly integrate AIOPs, cybersecurity, and productivity to provide comprehensive solutions that go beyond traditional offerings. By harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, we enable organizations to proactively manage their operations, fortify their defenses against cyber threats, and maximize productivity across their digital ecosystem. With our user-centric approach and cutting-edge technology, we deliver unmatched value and transformative results, ensuring our clients stay ahead in the dynamic digital landscape. Visit us to know more.
It's way above the cloud and greater than data alone. It's digital and it's transformational. It's in our networks, our Wi-Fi and IoT, and the smart environments that we make possible. Connecting our lives, bringing us closer through automation, innovative software and tailored solutions and services. In schools, hospitals, hotels, where we live, where we're heading, and how we'll get there. It's through our experience, our communication, and our technology. It's in our partnerships and the responsibility and actions we take to create fair opportunities and a brighter future together. It's in you, it's in everyone, and it's more than each of us, all of us. You are part of something bigger. Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise, where everything connects.
In today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, organizations face complex challenges. At TechBridge, we're on a mission to empower businesses with cutting-edge software solutions that harness the power of IOPs, cybersecurity, and productivity to drive operational excellence, enhance security posture, and optimize business performance. Our vision is to shape the future of businesses, where advanced technologies optimize efficiency, enhance security resilience, and unlock the full potential of the workforce. We believe that through innovation and strategic partnerships, we can transform the industry landscape and empower organizations worldwide to thrive in the era of digital transformation. Our software products seamlessly integrate AIOPs, cybersecurity, and productivity to provide comprehensive solutions that go beyond traditional offerings. By harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, we enable organizations to proactively manage their operations, fortify their defenses against cyber threats, and maximize productivity across their digital ecosystem. With our user-centric approach and cutting-edge technology, we deliver unmatched value and transformative results, ensuring our clients stay ahead in the dynamic digital landscape. Visit us to know more.
It's way above the cloud and greater than data alone. It's digital and it's transformational. It's in our networks, our Wi-Fi and IoT, and the smart environments that we make possible. Connecting our lives, bringing us closer through automation, innovative software and tailored solutions and services. In schools, hospitals, hotels, where we live, where we're heading, and how we'll get there. It's through our experience, our communication, and our technology. It's in our partnerships and the responsibility and actions we take to create fair opportunities and a brighter future together. It's in you, it's in everyone, and it's more than each of us, all of us. You are part of something bigger. Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise, where everything connects.
In today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, organizations face complex challenges. At TechBridge, we're on a mission to empower businesses with cutting-edge software solutions that harness the power of IOPs, cybersecurity, and productivity to drive operational excellence, enhance security posture, and optimize business performance. Our vision is to shape the future of businesses, where advanced technologies optimize efficiency, enhance security resilience, and unlock the full potential of the workforce. We believe that through innovation and strategic partnerships, we can transform the industry landscape and empower organizations worldwide to thrive in the era of digital transformation. Our software products seamlessly integrate AIOPs, cybersecurity, and productivity to provide comprehensive solutions that go beyond traditional offerings. By harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, we enable organizations to proactively manage their operations, fortify their defenses against cyber threats, and maximize productivity across their digital ecosystem. With our user-centric approach and cutting-edge technology, we deliver unmatched value and transformative results, ensuring our clients stay ahead in the dynamic digital landscape. Visit us to know more.
It's way above the cloud and greater than data alone. It's digital and it's transformational. It's in our networks, our Wi-Fi and IoT, and the smart environments that we make possible. Connecting our lives, bringing us closer through automation, innovative software and tailored solutions and services. In schools, hospitals, hotels. Where we live, where we're heading, and how we'll get there. It's through our experience, our communication, and our technology. It's in our partnerships and the responsibility and actions we take to create fair opportunities and a brighter future together. It's in you, it's in everyone, and it's more than
city and the safe city. I welcome our guest of honor, Sri Shankar Jaiswal, IPS Joint Commissioner, who looks after the entire technical of the Delhi Police. Sir, welcome to Safe City 2023. Then we have another man who manages all the projects. I was just hearing from him telling Jaiswal Sahab, we are more than connecting people. So that's Sri Manoj Tandon, Director Projects, Operation Maintenance, Railtel. Manoj ji, thank you very much. As you all know that recently Manoj ji has become the Director Projects of the Railtel. We have the industry experts who provides the back-end support, what cameras, how and all. We have Shri Sajan, Vice President of Innovation Strategy from Northern Communications. We have a new concept, I was just telling Jaiswal Sahab. Now from OTP, we are moving to voice KYC, which is a new concept. And I was hearing from him, they have given a presentation passport and they are now moving to the POC with passport, which is voice KYC. And I was hearing from him that we have 156 kind of sound which comes. So no one can do any hanky-panky business in voice KYC. So it's like you had the, smart this thing now when you pay with the smart this thing when everybody started nahi isko aise karke camera mein hum kaise payment karenge. Now I can simply say transfer 1000 rupees to Sumit Chaudhary, my friend, it will be transferred. So Sumit, don't expect soon the money to come, but let the KYC comes. Then we have the Director Innovations from STPI, Mr. Subodh Sachin, who's going to talking about the innovations in STPI, and as you know, there is a lot of changes is happening after the new DG has joined in STPI. Welcome, Subodh ji. Then we have Manoj Kumar Singh, the Chief Regulator from the Indus Towers, who is one of the big infra and a big player in the smart city. Manoj ji, welcome. With all this, you need a man who will tell you how to connect all that. That is what Mr. Sumit Chaudhary, who is sitting here. He is also a consultant to the Delhi projects is there. I wanted to just take 2 minutes, Jaiswal Sahab. I know you have a busy schedule. Now the G20 is coming. I was reading today that we are going to close for 3 days, all the things in Delhi. So where are we now? Because with all these new technologies, why we have to do that? I don't know. The government decisions, I'm not here to challenge that. But we need to look at, make sure that when the next Olympic comes, we have the freedom to move. The technology should be able to do that. And for that, we don't have to go by the L1 because all tenders, I'm not here to play a consultant between a vendor and a seller, buyer and a seller. But what I wanted to do is, if we do a technical one, T1, then we'll get a good technology. I've been telling this for last 10 years, and Manoj ji has been telling that it's a government decision to go with the L1. But now I see there's a lot of changes is happening because if it is now T1, because कोई भी महंगी चीज जो पीटर इंग्लैंड की शर्ट और एलन सोली की शर्ट में फर्क तो है. So we need to go with the T1 so that we get the good technology products and our city and our country is safe. Having said that, I hand over back to Madam to invite the other speakers. Have a nice time. I know the rain has this thing, otherwise normally by 9:30 our hall gets full. I hope in another 10-15 minutes people will be able to reach. There is a jam. I keep on getting messages that there is a lot of traffic jam, but indirectly I'm telling Jaiswals have to look into that also. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And with that very nice build-up and welcome of all our eminent dignitaries here on the desk, I have the proud privilege now in inviting our guest of honor, Shri B. Shankar Jaiswal ji, IPS Joint Commissioner of Police, Delhi Police, to kindly address the house present here. And ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together to welcome sir.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to Shashi ji and Bharat Exhibition and all the partners all the co-panelists here and all the audience. It's a wonderful occasion for me to share my thoughts because I represent Delhi Police, so I have come here with my expectations because I also want to learn what's happening in corporate world, in technology world, what's recent thing in the technological landscape which we need to adopt in government. So it's a kind of mutual learning for me, and whenever I go and deliver such a talk, I always come back with more enlightened, more visionary person in terms of technology. So with this, I just want to flag certain issues, certain pointers, where we need to deliberate. My background, I'm a BTech from ITK, and recently I did my MTech from IT Delhi, and I did my research on predictive policing, published a couple of papers in international journals, and now I'm doing PhD on low resolution facial recognition. But that apart, I'm also in core policing also. I'm looking after Safe City project of Delhi Police. It's at the advanced stage of implementation, and also ITMS project, Intelligent Traffic Management System. Recently we have finished our DPR, and very soon it's going to be going to be implemented. Maybe a couple of months, the process will start. So the topic which was given to me to this panel is related to data security, cyber security, how that can be woven into the smart city concept, smart city infrastructure, whether it's smart city, safe city project or ITMS project. When we were implementing safe city project in Delhi, and we have 10,000 cameras which are getting installed, and already we have 15,000 cameras. So we have in all 25,000 cameras in Delhi, and then we have the provision of upscaling to 2 lakhs cameras. And we are also, we have a project called Nigahban project, in which we would expect that volunteers, citizens can also come forward and they can share certain feeds which will be relevant for law enforcement perspective, maybe those cameras where they feel that that can be useful for policing. So this is a massive project, and I think first of its kind and massive in terms of scale. There are other safe city projects also, but Delhi's project is bigger than others, being capital city. In fact, we conceptualized this project, and once we submitted the DPR, it was felt that such projects should also be extended to other cities. And now in phase 2, many more cities will be covered. So coming to the project specific, which we are implementing, and the kind of experiences we have got while implementing it, lot of issues, but I will not talk about other issues because this is related to cyber security. So I'll just talk about cyber security only. Camera, as you all know, that is an IoT device, and we have a couple of sensors also. We are installing gunshot detection system and PA system also. And in fact, panic button is also in our scheme of things. And so how to ensure that whatever we are doing doesn't go outside our infrastructure, our system. We have given very serious thought on this while designing our DPR and RFP also, and in fact, a lot of discussion has happened how best we can ensure in terms of cyber security, and all the important ingredient of cyber security is already there. But again, I would love to know more from other panelists and audience. If something which is required to be done, we can revisit, and we can again try to put in place such kind of thing which is relevant. Now coming to cyber security these days, because what is the future of cyber security? Because whatever existing ways of securing a system or network or data is commonly in place, the industry standard which is there, we are implementing that. So we have not left any stone unturned when it comes to cyber security. We know that our system will be having access to many sensitive footage which should never go in public domain. So having said that, we would like to have the best system in place. Already we have whatever best available is already there in our system, but if something new which can be put in place, I would like to know from this August forum. And end-to-end security in terms of like highest possible encryption standard, which is subject to the compute available, not even compromising on compute, because we can go on and on in terms of encryption. It can be hardened to any extent, but again, video analytics is one thing where a lot of compute is involved. Transmission is also something which is very important when you want low latency, when you want compute in real time, because when you are talking in terms of facial recognition system, you have to save time in the entire pipeline. So if you increase encryption standard, perhaps that will cost you in terms of time complexity, and of course compute cannot be infinite. You have to design your compute according to your requirement. So we have put in place a trade-off in terms of compute requirement, in terms of time complexity, and in terms of cyber security requirement. So, but again, in future, because today only I was reading newspaper, NSDC, there was a report that National Skill Development Corporation, that report says that the future is not in login password. The login password will go, and biometric security, because you just mentioned that biometric security was the future. But again, when we talk about generative AI, and we know that the pitfalls of generative AI, how images, videos, audio can be created with very least amount of data. Even my voice of 3 seconds would be sufficient to create any script can be converted into my voice equivalent with just 3 seconds of sample, and that will be practically impossible for any person who knows me to pinpoint whether this is real or fake. So the psycho audio realism is so much that machine definitely can find out, but the machine has the capability, and there are some algorithms by which we can say that whether an audio is real or fake. But for ordinary human being, it's absolutely impossible. The way, and there are many crimes, cyber crimes are happening based on this notion, this idea, this concept, this technology. So my advice would be, when you are going into biometric only, perhaps these are something which you have to factor in. So I think this is a time of multi-factor security. Biometric security alone may not be sufficient, even if you have the best of biometric security system where you use fuzzy vault and all this stuff, you are not, because my voice, my face is already available in public domain. So face alone, voice alone may not be sufficient. Even fingerprint, because these days people have come out many ways of faking fingerprint, artificial, plastic-based fingerprint can be mimicked, and that have been used by people. How to ensure liveliness detection, liveliness in fingerprint, liveliness in face and audio, all these things have to be ensured so that in real time we can find out whether a person actually is speaking something or it is being generated by machine. So that additional AI component has to be there, which can find out the person who is giving a voice sample, the person who is giving face signature or maybe fingerprint is the actual person, is not being generated by machine through AI. So again, it's a fight between AI and AI. So AI system will generate it, again the AI system will fight. So we have to be one step ahead of it. And when we talk about multi-factor, I think login password, perhaps, is my understanding, will never go. It will be there because when we talk about security, one class of security is what I know. Another class of security is what I am. Biometric falls in what I am. So what I am cannot be changed. But wherever I go, my biometric security will be available. I don't need to remember anything. But the flip side is that the moment what I am goes into public domain, so anyone can, there are some checks. liveliness detection. But again, it is, on one hand, it is very robust in terms of anywhere, anytime, biometric security will help you out. But on the other hand, anybody can steal that information, and that can be used in place of my personal agreement, without my personal agreement. This is what's happening also these days. So login password, I feel, should always be there in combination with other security. And the third security, third kind of security is cryptographic security, and that's again with the quantum computing is just already this is a decade of quantum computing, we know that, and the way it is getting advanced, I think maybe in a matter of few years, there is every likelihood that the best of encryption will be prone for breach, and encryptions, the best encryption in terms of RSA algorithm, or maybe DES and AES and all those other state-of-the-art algorithms may have to go several notches above in terms of number of bits. So whatever bits we are using, that may not be sufficient, because with the power of quantum computing, these algorithms, these state-of-the-art algorithms can be broken. So we have to think about quantum cryptography, and we have to invest into quantum cryptography so that we can again counter the challenges which will be posed by quantum computing. So these are the couple of things in cyber security area which I feel for data security, for network security, or overall computer security, cryptographic security, biometric security, and another way of securing would be perhaps blockchain based security, because today in that report also says that blockchain is the key, because why do we need to sign every time we access some application or some services? We have to do it many times. So remembering so many passwords may not be feasible, and that's why we always want to keep our password very simple, because we don't want to lose access to any application which is so vital for our day-to-day life. So we keep it simple so that we remember it, or we want to write it somewhere. Again, that is very risky. So to avoid that, the idea which has been given that you sign once, and then through blockchain everywhere same password will be applicable across the board, across application, across services, across infra. It's anywhere, anytime kind of access. So that's a wonderful idea. But again, there is a flip side. Once you have signed in, all applications will be accessible. Suppose somebody is able to get access to one system, one application, he may have access to everywhere. So that robust multi-factor credential access control has to be put in place. Then only we can ensure that our system is fully secure. And coming to IoT security, because cameras are in deserted places where anybody can physically access camera at least. And now how that can be misused, to somehow do some kind of nasty things with our system, that is something we are always apprehensive of. And in fact, we want that any idea, any apprehension of yours which needs to be addressed, I would like to discuss that, because I don't want that the Safe City project, and the way we are scaling up everything, should have that kind of vulnerability. So I would like to know from this August forum, if something which bothers you, kindly share with me, share with all of us, so that we can address and we can take some timely action, so that such things doesn't come to fore. So any other point, any audience you want to discuss something? Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that insightful address, for updating about many cybersecurity threats that we could be facing, especially very nicely put how we'll have to use AI against AI, and how I am and what I know. Thank you once again, sir. So ladies and gentlemen, today for the keynote address, we have with us Mr. Sajun S., Vice President of Innovation and Strategy, Northern Communication. Northern Communication provides cutting-edge, structured cabling solutions catering to a broad spectrum of industries and delivers avant-garde solutions to commercial environments. Norden brings together an excellence and international standards surpassing the competition in the global market. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Sajun Ness, Vice President of Innovation and Strategy, Norden Communication, for the keynote address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think as Shasiran sir was mentioning, still the dais is going to be, empty for some more time, for few seats. But we'll continue the discussions throughout the day, deliberating most of the challenges that we are facing today in the industry. So, thank you, Bharat Exhibition, Shasiran sir, Ashok ji, and the industry leaders today and the officials from the government. So today, when we talk about this, also was a detail, going very academically in detail about the challenges that are being faced. So Norden, being a CCTV manufacturer, we are the first point of data collection point. As we are moving smart to safe, the challenges start from the first point. So here, as a company, what we believe is not to become jack of all trades, but to focus on what we are doing and collaborate with the ecosystem partners to ensure an end-to-end secure system. So when you say end-to-end secure system, first is availability of the data. So probably some of you would have seen the displays. There are different challenges in getting the data. When you talk about a safe city, one of the major point is actually the surveillance. The surveillance data not being available because of what? Because in a public transport environment, you have a lot of turbulence in the vehicles. Are we catering to that? Even with that kind of an environment, are you able to get the right data to the system? In a explosion scenario, maybe unfortunately, there are incidents happening that way. So when such an occurrence is happening, in the probable locations, even if we have cameras, are we able to get the right data? And even there are locations, where the visual data cannot be captured because in that even the camera exists, even then you are not able to make out anything because of the kind of explosion or the environmental factor. So these are the few areas that we were focusing, or we wanted to focus on couple of more years. So where you would have seen the explosion proof cameras, where even at that kind of a scenario you are able to capture. And the vehicle, I have already told that the turbulence should be managed by the camera itself, and it has to give the image. And even if you capture because of the environment, maybe I told about the explosion. It's not only explosion, it could be a foggy environment where the vision is blocked. How will you get it? There comes the thermal imaging. And with the thermal image, you are able to make out what is present what kind of equipment or what of, or is it a human, is it a vehicle, is it any other element that is being present there. So based on this data, we again start working with the system in the ecosystem partners, like Jaiswal sir was mentioning about gunshot detection. So there are many solid agencies who can give you a proper gunshot detection data and analyze the data, correlate with the camera data, give you exact information, ensure that your cameras are responding to that situation once that is being identified. Let integrate together and create a system such a way that you are getting the right data. Again, the shot is detected, what is your camera is going to do about it? So that integration we should be ensuring. So again, another point sir was mentioning about the integrated security again. So right now, Norden is trying to go beyond the face recognition or the fingerprint or any other authentication method. Even we are going beyond that, and we are measuring the structure. Like, our bone structure is unique. So if you want to identify a person from a crowd, it is not necessary that you need to get the face alone. Even your bone structures are so unique. So if you are having a blacklisted set of people's video, we will be able to make out the body structure, the gait structure, and impose it back to the system, and it can compare the data and give you a alert, like a wrong person's presence is there. So what I mean to say is, actually this is how we look at to give the quality data irrespective of the situation around. Point number one. Point number two, data availability was one issue that we were having earlier. Today, enough of data is available. But now, why do you want to data? To have proactive actions. And the same data can be made available or can be available for the other, the counterparts also, who wanted to do something against the country. So there comes the endpoint security. So we are committed, or we are continuously putting our efforts on the endpoint to encrypt at each layer, like right on the firmware, to the clouds, to the the interfaces, every layer of the application. We are ensuring, and we are aligning with the certain of our government body, and continuously sending our softwares and getting it tested, and we are doing all level of security checks to ensure that the data is being passed in the right form to the next point for further analysis. And I request, and I'm sure that of course the ecosystem is geared up to that level, in which we are committed and ensuring the 360-degree security until it's being reached to the authorities table for a final decision. So this is how we look at it, and of course it was a challenging, rather exciting transformation that we are seeing for the past 1 year. The past journey from of India. So we are also gearing up, even though we are a UK headquarter company, we are setting up our plant in India, and maybe next 2 quarters down the line, we'll be aligning with that also, and to ensure a Make in India product. And I would like to conclude my words with one point, that wherever I go, like be it the Africa market, be it the Southeast Asian market, be it Australia, and finally we are not that present in the US, but then we are right now few entry that we are doing right now, everywhere when I talk about the Make in India, it is with loud applause, the audience are receiving. That's a moment of excitement as an Indian for me to carry this product, and I'm so happy and proud to be an Indian, to be part of the Make in India process, and to bring my company also making much investment in India. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor, Shri B. Shankar Jaiswal ji, has a pressing commitment to meet and he would like to leave. I would request Mr. Shashidharan to kindly present him with a small token of gratitude, a souvenir, a memento. And we once again thank him, ladies and gentlemen, for sparing his valuable time and for the valuable insights that he gave to us in the morning. Thank you once again, sir. So if you have a minute, can we have a group photograph with the panel? I would request everyone to kindly step forward for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, we once again thank Shri Jaiswal ji for being here with us. Thank you very much indeed, sir. So ladies and gentlemen, carrying forward the proceedings of this session, I now have the proud privilege in inviting our guest of honor, Shri Manoj Tandonji, Director Projects, Operation and Maintenance, Railtel Corporation of India Limited, for his address. Let's put our hands together to welcome him.
Implementation of Safe City needs affordable, scalable, maintainable solutions for entire digital connectivity for M2M and M2P. Good morning, all distinguished guests, media friends, industry colleagues. I want to address two things which Shashiji was mentioning here on the G20 as well as on the L1 part of the tenders. The G20's event is going to be of international reference point for us, and Railtel has a privilege to be part of G20 event where we are interested with the entire telecom solution and cyber security solution for G20 event in Pragati Maidan. So the struggle which is on the roads or going to be on roads, the much bigger struggle is actually happening inside the Pragati Maidan, which people are not seeing currently. On the L1 part, so there is a provision, and I come from industry and I joined PSU 6.5 years back around. And there is a provision in the system wherein the QCBS provision is there where you can give marks to quality factors of the product and solution also, wherein you can mix and match the quality as well as the pricing. So the framework allows you to factor in the quality issues and quality recognitions. It's up to the persons or the organization which is driving the tender or finalization, whether they are comfortable in managing those parameters, because everything is so transparent that quality factors on which you are giving marks to somebody and not giving marks to somebody else is always questionable. So hence people try to take the safer approach of L1 tenders. But being in part of the system, I have done many tenders where we have factored in quality factors also. connecting devices wirelessly through Wi-Fi is being used in many safe city infrastructure. And I'll again go back to G20, wherein we are doing a lot of retrofitting. Somehow in the entire solutioning or execution of the projects, be it is safe city or any other projects, we Indians have picked up the habit of doing execution very fast through many workarounds and jugaad system and all. But still we are lacking in the planning phase. And wherever we are lacking in the planning phase, it actually involves multiple execution steps, a lot of reworks. Those things are quite visible in any of the big projects of huge size and important reputation. And they become so glaring that often the entire system comes under a lot of stress because of this lack of planning and doing reworks and execution and rework and execution. So I'll insist that the planning, and especially in nowadays, the bigger infrastructure requires now 3D planning, wherein you have to take care of the entire IT, ICT and telecom solutions into the perspective of building plans or station plan or airport plan or any other bigger infrastructure wherever you are planning. Because then the execution becomes smooth, the things will become manageable, and execution times also can be met with the quality standards. On the Wi-Fi piece, coming back to the piece which I was trying to address here, is that it's very cost effective and easier to scale. And we have seen the wirings in many buildings and big infrastructure creates a lot of issues. A lot of airports, modern airports, are now using Wi-Fi for connecting devices, connecting applications, and also giving to users. The technology itself per se is continuously evolving. The Wi-Fi 6 which has come, and now Wi-Fi 6E which has come, they are meant for denser areas for high throughput and all. The advancement will further be there from the market players, from the ecosystem, which will shape up the connectivity. And one thing is very important, that the 4Gs, 5Gs or 6Gs, India is a very diverse country, and so are our diverse requirements. So no technology can ubiquitously capture, meet the user's requirements. We need to have multiple technologies, whether it's a FTTH or Wi-Fi or 4Gs or 5Gs and all. So technology, all sorts of technologies are going to coexist in country for a very long time. The pooling of the resources, what we are seeing in G20 is that it's practically not possible for a telecom operator to lay entire infrastructure within the campus and inside the buildings. So the affordability comes only from the pooling piece, wherein you put an infrastructure towards users and you pool the resources of the TSPs at the back ends. Same goes for Wi-Fi also, wherein you address applications, you address M2M, you address users, all through single technologies. The robust Wi-Fi network requires well thought of design, coverage planning. Coverage planning, though sounds very primitive, but it's very, very important piece. That's what we are seeing. For example, if you see access point is installed on the rooftop, but in all the possibilities, you may not have good coverage and good strength where this lady is sitting. So it is a very layman language, the design which fails to meet the customer expectation, that you need to have good strength, good coverage and in the entire hall through this infrastructure. Same goes for any other infrastructure also for the wireless piece. We think that deploying few of the access points on the Wi-Fi is going to cater to entire hall, but that's not a scene. The monetization of the Wi-Fi, public Wi-Fi network is a big challenge. And who knows this better than Realtel? We have deployed more than 6,100 stations Wi-Fi, and we had a lot of challenges in terms of maintenance and maintaining the sustenance of the project. And we took many steps. Somewhere we failed, somewhere we are again taking the new initiative. We launched prepaid Wi-Fi, which is, the cost is as low as rupees 10 per coupon for any users who can digitally buy those coupons through mobile portal. We have now tied up with a consortium for monetizing the footfall, which is in the range of 12 to 13 lakhs users, unique users per day at railway stations. And this is not even 10% of the daily users which the Indian Railways host, which is 2.3 crore. So the headroom is very, very high if we are able to sell the services, the microservices to the users through the public Wi-Fi system. We will be introducing the biggest issue with the public Wi-Fi for the users is that how to educate them that Wi-Fi exists here and how to educate them. Voice enabled and all. But as on today, the regulation only gives you authentication, allows you authentication only through SMS. And it's very cumbersome process for a normal customer who does not know how to authenticate himself through SMS. Mobile app gives you opportunity wherein you can do KYC, and once you have done the KYC, the mobile app itself has all the credentials that you are using it, and you need not to do OTP transactions for authentication again and again, which gives you ease of access of Wi-Fi at any of the places wherever your network is. Plus, it also allows you to access a lot of microservices which we are trying to introduce and which can be introduced to anywhere. Things like porter booking, which is unheard of industry, that you can actually do fully booking at the stations wherever you want to start. You can do, you can buy products. If you have traveled on the train, there are many places wherein the material is short supplied. Invariably, the material gets short supplied to the train passengers. So the shopkeepers of those stations, let's say if I talk about famous sweets like Mathura ka peda or Agra ka petha or Murai ka rasgulle, I don't know how many of you have tasted at these stations. Those things actually you can plan it accordingly, and at railway stations we are trying to see that how can we address those small things, earning small items for ourselves as well as for livelihood of those people who are at stations. So the Wi-Fi is the biggest challenge. Coming back to this, that how collaborative journey is what is required here. Government on its own part has done some attempts wherein somehow it has not taken up shape early. Wi-Fi beyond railway stations. We are talking to a few of the metro big setups and see whether those metro setups can open the entire infrastructure for us so that we can give them seamless. On the OEM side, there are many initiatives which are being taken, but I think cost affordability, the affordability of the products which are must to have on this public Wi-Fi domain, and be it a safe city or be it is any of the big infrastructure, the coexistence of the technologies will always demand the wireless connectivity through public Wi-Fi. Shashiji, you are not addressing your point regarding the L1 piece. When I joined the government setup through, I was in industry earlier, the QCBS system allows you to factor in the quality factors into the tender. People or to products or solutions based on his research work. If people are lacking those knowledge or those guts, then only they go for L1, which is the easiest method of selecting any bidding partner. So framework allows you to do that. It's up to the person or the organization or the group whether he can leverage that framework or not. I have done it many times, so that's what I'm telling you from my own experience. So through collective efforts, innovative and cost-effective solutions, I'm sure the connectivity piece through many technologies can be achieved, and we can further enhance the scope and ease the method of operations and sustainability. As I mentioned, the Gs, 4Gs, 5Gs and 6Gs, so complementary technologies will always coexist in a country, and it's going to serve many purposes of business as well as users also. With this, I'll request you to take the dais, Shashiji. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the special address, may I invite Dr. Sumit D. Chaudhary, founder, chairman and MD, Kala Smart Cities. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome sir.
Good morning, everybody. I was trying to sneak out in the back, and Sashi called me and asked me to do the talk and then leave. So thank you, Sashi, for giving me the opportunity. I'm just waiting for the slide deck to show up. But a little bit of background, I am the founder and the chairman of Gaia Smart Cities. We have been working since the last 8-9 years in the smart city, safe city, both on the consulting side as well as on the implementation side of many projects. In the smart city space, we have done probably 14 of the smart city plans. We have worked with about 8 cities for being the consultants to the cities. And the last project is most important, and why it is very relevant for me to stand here today is we are the consultants to Delhi Police for their ITMS project with CDAC. So we have the CP just mentioned about the project, the DPR and the tender documents are ready. We prepared it, and it's an honor to be working with them. It is one of the largest ITMS projects in the world, with about 1,500 to 1,800 junctions will get into a smart coordination mode. So it was very fascinating going through the project with them, surveying every nook and cranny of Delhi, going into every street, measuring how many lights are working, not working. It was actually hard work trying to figure out what needs to be done. And anyway, that was just the anecdotal part of the presentation. So everybody talks about smart cities and smart this and smart that. So what is smartness? I just go through this process of smart city to say that, look, anytime the city puts infrastructure to become conscious, to be aware of what is going on, half the time we are just not aware. After we are aware, we need to measure things and then put processes in place to improve those things. Once we put this process of awareness and improvement through the journey, then you don't need to solve the entirety of the problem. You don't need to solve a project and saying now the city is smart. Everybody asks me what is a smart city or the Band Ho Gaya project. As a band nahi hua. Smart city is a project which has created a process in the city to be aware of what is going on, be conscious of the changes that it needs to do, and keep on innovating. So we need to figure out as an industry, as the government, how to create sustainable projects which continuously innovate through the journey. And I think that is what this whole project is all about. And when we look at the journey of what people are wanting, so many times people have said, why do you do smart city projects when we don't have basic roads and we don't have basic sanitation? Yes, you don't have basic roads and basic sanitation in many places, but unless you do some cutting edge project on the other end, trying to figure out the art of the possible, you will never be able to leapfrog into the smart city space, into the space where you are improving the quality of life. So when we started the ITMS project for Delhi, the Commissioner of Police had a big room, as big as this, everybody was sitting around, and he said that I have got only one goal for Delhi ITMS, Intelligent Traffic Management Project. He said, I want the citizens of Delhi to reach home safely, quickly, and improve their quality of life. That is the goal of the whole ITMS project, and we are here trying to figure out cameras, this, that, kahan pe kya measurement, but if you look at the goal, it is very simple. How do you improve the quality of life of the citizen of Delhi or of any other city, right? So that's what we are working towards. And we have gone through the communication age. Sir talked about setting up all sorts of communication infrastructure. Then we put all kinds of information systems on top of it to figure out how to collect the data. I think Norden, we heard how they are the primary source of collection of data. But when you start putting coordination on top of it, we are in that space, we are in that age where we are calling it the communication, the coordination age, where you start making man and machine coordinate with each other. The camera is saying something. Did the policeman land there on time before somebody had to dispatch? Can we create that coordination between the camera and the policeman on the corner? That we haven't yet finished, right? We are putting cameras on the side, then it has to go somewhere, somebody has to put an alert system in place, somebody has to put a committee in place, and then some cop in the street will get called for doing something. By that time, the crime is over, the issue that you were trying to track is over. So we need to get into this whole coordination of digital transformation of between safe city, smart city, to look at the coordination age. And I won't go through the details of that. And to create this smooth thing, we need to look at people, we need to look at process, and we need to look at technology. So when we did the project, we were just not looking at the thing that which camera to buy or which software to buy, which solutions to buy. How do you design the seating arrangement in the command center so that the process of handling a traffic system gets handled? How do you create processes and layers of thinking around? How deep can you go into the thinking to put this coordination between man and machine together? That's what this was about. And when we look at this over a very long period of time, right? We did a paper for the DCP on 2047 plan for the city. What should the city do? It was about 20-25 year plan. We looked at many things, and smart mobility, this project, this session today is about smart mobility as well. So if you take a look at it, we are looking at improving the flow of traffic, reducing congestion. Some of those are obvious, right? Creating green corridors. How do you create green corridors? It sounds easy, but you can do it once in a while. You can't do it, just as Shashi was mentioning before. Just because we have 3 days of G20, everything has been shut off. It is not even a green corridor. It is like a football field that will be created. Everybody, you shut off everybody. That is not the way to handle traffic. Sorry. We need to be able to handle green corridors within the operating environments of the city. We need to be able to handle dignitaries of 20 countries without stopping the whole city, right? We need to figure that out. Then we have got VIP movement, which is sort of part of that whole same situation. Improving accessibility. People who are not being able to use their feet, they are on wheelchairs, they are not being able to walk the same path as you and me. We need to create accessibility for everybody. That means conscious thinking of where staircases are, where sidewalks are, how to create opportunities for them. If they are driving the car, where should they park? Then obviously junction improvement comes in as part of that whole thing, and all of this will reduce fatality. So part of our objective was to reduce fatalities in the city. So we looked at 100 junctions in the city and looked at how many traffic accidents are happening, why is it happening, how can we put structures in place such that the traffic does flow but it becomes safer. It's very easy to put a speed breaker and reduce the speed of traffic. That is not the way to manage traffic. There are multiple other ways than to put speed breakers to manage traffic. right? So you need to be a whole brain thinker to solve some of these problems instead of the obvious one that people are going fast, therefore put a speed breaker. People should go fast, that's not a problem. Design streets so that people go fast, right? Don't let people come in the way. Create structures so that the people who are walking on the street are able to still walk and do what they were trying to do without having to come into the speeding traffic. So there are multiple ways of solving problems. That reduces accidents. And then finally, when nothing fails, then traffic enforcement becomes obviously traffic regulation and then traffic enforcement. Enforcement becomes an issue, and all of you are probably 100% of you in this room probably would have got one challan or the other. So you will know that that is one system in this whole country that is working very efficiently because it is collecting revenue from you. That is the only sustainable part of the whole smart city, safe city, all city projects that have happened to is challan collection from citizens, right? And I'm absolutely to be blamed for some of those implementations. And safe city is not just about putting cameras. I think we need to get away from this whole concept of saying safe city matlab or put another 10,000 cameras, sorry. Sorry. We have to look at, sir also talked about infrastructure security, digital security, personal security, environment security, healthcare security. You look at security in a very, very different way when you look at your quality of life, right? So that's the whole intent of looking at safe city in a lot more holistic manner than just doing a project in which I have done a command center and I've put 5,000 cameras on the street, right? That's not a safe city project. And then parking. I've got a little picture out there, don't worry about the picture, but parking is going to solve 50% of your traffic problems. We actually block traffic across the whole country. Our streets are of adequate length, except that half the street has gone away in parking. Across the country. I have now traveled to more than 60 cities, 70 cities over the last couple of years doing my projects, and I can tell you safely that even tier 2, tier 3 cities, the biggest problem is not having adequate parking and us as people not following any parking guidelines that are there. We are unable to walk for 20 meters and park somewhere else. Absolutely unable. And also because good parking is not available, so we park wherever we want to park. So parking is going to solve a lot of the problem, and smarter technologies are coming in place. Smarter ways of creating these parking technologies are coming into place right now. And obviously there are ways to measure things like looking at the congestion index, looking at volumes, looking at capacity, the number of people adopting public transport, road safety. All of these things are matrices that we are tracking, that we have put in place, that are being tracked today. Look at the city, then you're looking at all the digital security, personal security, environment as your thing. Into these 5-6 lenses, technology, process, organization, the communication, what is the policy? Half the time we stumble upon it that we want to do it, but the policy and the rule and the law doesn't allow us to do certain things. And then finally the regulation, right? And looking at it from the wider whole brain thinking around these two concepts of safe city and mobility, we look at the vision. First is, do you have a vision to get there? And I can tell you that people do talk about the vision, people do write the vision, but what we don't see is a sustained owner of that vision over a long period of time across the country, across any project. You need to have somebody who has a vision and is willing to stand by that vision over a long period of time. You have breakages in this vision which causes the friction. So we need to look at that. How do we do contracting? So she talked about L1 tenders and T1 tenders. There are various ways in which both contracting can be done with high quality and adequate cost. We obviously are a country which cannot throw too much money at a problem. How do you do design? We don't allow good collaboration between teams. It is like so hard. Our contracts are so hard that we don't allow open flow of the Safe City project and the ITMS project today. I will tell you, we have had only 3 meetings in the whole year. Why? I'm sorry if that was a confidential thing, but I've told you. It's just stupid. We need to work together. We need to have common ways in which we work together. We need to have common data centers. I mean, I had to force the issue with them to say that at least have the same sorts of infrastructure so that we don't duplicate. We don't repeat the same mistakes as we have done, or we actually repeat it and be more efficient. We don't allow efficiency. By trying to be contractually efficient, we are operationally inefficient. right? So how much are we losing out on that? Implementation, monitoring, breakages, all kinds of problems that happen. So you need to start thinking about this whole thing in a holistic manner to achieve the goals of the thing. And we have created this plan till 2047 for them. We looked at what they need to do between the Safe City project, the ITMS projects, how do you manage people, how do you manage the communication around all of these. So you don't need to read all of that. All I'm telling you is there is a plan, there is a way to achieve these goals in a long period of time. And thank you, Sashi, again for inviting me, and everybody in the dais. My apologies for taking a quick shortcut and getting out. I have another meeting that I need to go to. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you very much indeed. I would request Mr. Shashidharan to kindly honor and present a memento to our special address speaker, Dr. Sumit D. Chaudhary. Thank you once again, sir, for coming back for that wonderful address. We all would have missed it otherwise. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the industry address, I have the proud privilege in inviting Mr. Vijay Vaishnav, CEO WalletSoft India. And let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Over to you, sir.
Sorry. A very good morning to everyone. Thank you, Shashi, to invite me and talk about something which is so unique, but at the same time so innovative. Let me tell you about how, India has fared with respect to digital innovation. Back in 2014, digital used to contribute only 4% of the total GDP of the country, which went up to 11% in 2021. And with the plans that the government has, they are looking at almost 20% levels of the GDP by 2026. So we are getting, digitally heavy country that way. So with so much innovation, digitization happening, as was mentioned earlier, that AI is running parallel. So there are innovations happening through AI, but there are security issues that is coming through AI. So how do we then tackle this, because what is important is we need to secure our systems so efficiently that the bad actors should not enter our ecosystem, right? So entry level is so important that we need to secure. And if you are aware, on a digital platform, there are only 3 biometrics available. One is your face, second is your thumb, and third is your voice. But trust me on that, voice is the most strongest form of biometric available currently on a digital platform. And voice is the most unique too. Now why do I say voice is most unique? So before I talk more about voice, hi, this is Vijay Vaishnav. I'm a chartered accountant by profession, cleared back in 2008. Been in, holding CFO position for almost 1 decade or so. Joined this company as a CEO, implementing voiced biometric technology in India. It's been just 3 months that been in this company. We have spoken to multiple clients in banking, non-banking industry, and the kind of response that we have got, it exactly shows, where the country is heading towards. It seems that for next 2 decades, voice will take over as the strongest form of biometric to fight with cyber security issues. So I just want to take a couple of minutes to tell you why voice is so unique. I'll come this side just to tell you why voice is so unique. So a person's voice has 156 characteristics. So it starts from your abdomen to your heart to your neck, and then it comes out. 156 characteristics. Our tool, while authenticating, checks the entire 156 characteristics and then gives and authentication to the user. And there is not a chance of even one perpetrator to enter to the system if our authentication tool is implemented. Now, if suppose somebody wants to mimic someone's voice, there are only 30 to 35 characters which gets touched when a mimic is happening. So for example, if Sanjay Dutt is getting mimicked, to a naked ear, we think that okay, it is Sanjay Dutt who is speaking. But the fact is that only 35 characteristics of a human voice can make an impact where you think that it is the same person. But the tool that we have got ensures that entire 156 characteristics gets tested, thereby negating the spoofing, the voice spoofing, as well as the replay attack. So what is important here is that how do we secure our entry point so that only the good people, the good actors enter the system. While there are various ways that we are currently doing. Now for example, in case of banks, when you are doing a transaction, what do? You unlock the bank's app. Now that unlocking happens either through your 4-digit PIN or the password that you have, or it happens through your Face ID or a thumb impression. So basis that you enter the bank and your account, there if you want to do a transaction, you select the pay's detail, put the amount and go for the transaction to happen. Bank as a security sends an OTP on your phone. Now when the bank sends the OTP, you just input that OTP in that field and press submit button. Now in this case what is happening is that bank is assuming that the account holder, if he puts the OTP correctly what is sent to their device, it is the same account holder who is actually doing it. But the fact is that there is an assumption to it. So in this case what should happen ideally is, apart from having a device authentication, there has to be a human authentication too, which in case of a transaction, the OTP should be ideally spoken. So if I get the OTP on the same field where the OTP is inputted, the OTP should be spoken, thereby ensuring that both device as well as the user, the account holder, is getting authenticated and ensuring that there are no frauds happening. So now I think a couple of weeks back there was an incident where a father called his son and apparently asked to transfer some money on a QR code, and the call that was received by the son had the same mobile number of his father and the same voice. So the son thought, okay, it is my father only and he is in problem, so I should transfer the money. And apparently he transferred the money and he lost the money. In this case, how a tool can help is that while most of us might be using Truecaller, so when you receive the call, you know exactly who is calling you, right? But after you receive the call, you don't know exactly whether it is the same person who is doing it or not. So whether it is my father who has actually called me or not. So if once you receive the call, what we're gonna do is that in less than 3 seconds, we're gonna tell you whether it is your father who has called you or it is a person who has spoofed your father's voice and is calling you, thereby alerting you that there is a spam call over here. This is what currently we are proposing, and with this 2 decades of the mammoth task of getting most of our GDPs coming through digital, it is very important that we enable a strong biometric on the digital platform, which in comparison voice is the most strongest because of its liveliness. While in case of face, you will just show your face and that's all. While you are sleeping, your face can be used and a transaction can happen if face is the only biometric that you have to check. Same goes with your thumb. But with voice, you have to speak something to do a transaction. So voice is the most strongest form of authentication. And this has been done basis a 7-year research which was being done back in the US, and figured out that how unique the voice can be, and because of its liveliness, how it can protect the entire wall of the security. So with this, thank you for everyone for listening me, and happy to take questions once other speakers speak.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our next speaker for the special address, Shri Subodh Sachin. He is Director Innovation Software Technology Parks of India, STPI. Let's welcome Shri Sachin ji for his special address.
Very good morning to everyone, respected dignitaries on the dais, friends from industry, media. I think first let me thank Sri Shashidhar Dharanji and Bharat Exhibition really to bring the various stakeholders which are deliberating, discussing, and probably coming out of the solutions from the transformation which we are going to witness from a smart city to safe city, from a smart mobility to safe mobility. I think the set of people which are there today, they are really brilliant set of people. I think brilliant deliberations are happening, and we heard not just before me and I'm sure after me, a lot of people will share their thoughts, and probably this will shape up the discussion, dialogues and deliberations which will transform our country and our city, especially from a normal city to a smarter city and to safer cities. I think what is important within my role of STPI is to understand how the innovation can be funneled, right? How the innovation can be collaborated, and how do we work with the industry and especially the entrepreneurs who are coming from tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities, and obviously from the centers like Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, which are primarily where the IT technology, and IT, industry has flourished already. I think we heard, during the deliberations when we were sitting together in the speaker lounge, that India is really in the cusp of now, because in the cusp from the transformation perspective, right? We have seen this industry and being part of the industry earlier, and then coming to the government as the guest of honor has spoken about. We have seen this transformation happening, and the transformation happening because of the strong 3 decades of the industry, and especially the IT industry, which I'm proudly part of, right? And this industry has given now the foundation for this transformation. And when we look for the foundation, we also look for the new seeds which can actually germinate and further innovate further in terms of the solutions, right? And this is what we do within the STPI. Within STPI, we look for innovations, and primarily what we have done, and I think as Shashi was talking about earlier, the STPI itself has transformed, its organization has transformed to how do we become more frugal to support the innovation, right? How do we bring more startups and more entrepreneurs, really to not just define solutions, but also to prioritize the solution and bring the solution for the use cases, which in this particular case is smart and safe mobility. Within STPI, we have built both the top-down approach and the bottoms-up approach in terms of innovation funnel, but primarily built on the pillar on collaboration. And the collaboration, key part of the collaboration is the industry, the stakeholders. For example, when we recently launched the Smart City, challenge program, which was Smart City Challenge Outcome for Urban Transformation, we actually brought in the stakeholders like the Smart City Corporation, we brought in the stakeholders like the industry to work closely for the defined set of problems, the problems which really require solutions, and the problem which can be tested in a fast mode, right, in accelerated mode. And this is what we ran the challenge, and we got beautiful 36 applications which finally led to the solutions being implemented in the in Bhubaneswar Smart City. And that's the model which we are taking. Right? We did it in the Scout Challenge in Bhubaneswar, we did it in the Smart Mobility Challenge in Pune, and while we are doing this, what we have done primarily is also establishing centers of entrepreneurship. And when we say centers of entrepreneurship, they are primarily placeholders where we bring in the domain experts, we bring in the right infrastructure so that the startups can be supported. We have within this space of the theme today, which is smart cities and the safe mobility, we have primarily 3 centers of entrepreneurship working. One is in the one named Motion, which is in Pune, which is giving which is supporting the the innovation and supporting the startups to really work on the mobility solution, the sharing solutions, right, and also to work on the cleaner mobility solution, right.
So, those who are standing back, please don't make noises. Yeah. Hello, those who are in the exhibition hall, please don't make noises. May I request you to please take seats.
Thank you. Thank you for listening to us right now. So, when we, in the Center of Entrepreneurship especially, right, and the motion is one, we have set up a Entrepreneur Park in Bhubaneswar, we have set up a Entrepreneur Park also in Delhi, and across these centers of entrepreneurship, the focus is to really work on advancing the solutions, work with the industry, with the real problems taken from the stakeholders, and let the industry and startups and entrepreneurs collaborate. When we understand today, for example, the theme around the cities, we understand very clearly the rapid urbanization has the various challenges, and I think we heard the previous speakers. The cities today are being made aware, and then the infrastructure is coming in for the ensuring that there is not just the awareness created, but there's a monitoring happening, there's measurement happening, and then the monitoring happening. But what we need to understand very clearly, when we talk about cities, when we talk about the urban living, primarily it is the infrastructure layer which has to merge very well with the digital layer, right? And I think once these two layers are merged together, then we talk about the third layer which will convert our cities from a smarter, because once we bring in the digital layer, we are smarter. But when we bring the layer of awareness, layer of measurement, layer of understanding analytics on top of that, right? Then that's when we are converting it to safer cities and more livable cities, right? But primarily what we start also looking into what technologies, and I think earlier we heard there are various technology spectrum which are being right now being giving support to this transformation, right? Whether it is a layer of connectivity, whether it is layer of the sensors, and I think we heard the nod in here earlier, primarily from the sensor of a camera perspective and data collection point, but there are humongous amount of sensors and sensor technologies which are going to play a critical role. But connectivity, on top of that, a sensor layer, and on top of that, the platforms, because we heard earlier, I think one of the speakers was telling me the journey of there is various systems are coming in, but unless these systems are interoperable, unless these systems work with each other, we will not be able to pool the infrastructure, and hence we will not be able to bring the affordability in the complete use case, and hence the platforms really play a critical role. And obviously on top of platforms, when we talk about analytics layer, we talk about computing layer, and we talk about when we talk about sustainable cities, we also talk about the sustainable materials and smart materials. I think these 5 or 6 areas are the areas in which the technology has, various technologies will play a different role. But primarily in terms of smart cities, in terms of smart mobility, when we talk about quality of living, I think we saw a wonderful presentation earlier by one of the speakers. It is whether it is health, whether it is education, whether it is the energy, whether it is water. I think across all these sectors of importance where we are as a human life is touched upon, I think this technology transformation, these technology tools will really will advance the solution. But the solutions will come in both from the industries which are which we see in this room, but also from the startup ecosystem, and that's what we look into within the STPI, within our ecosystem of center and entrepreneurship. Today we have created infrastructure in the form of and the layer of collaboration where we are supporting thousands of such startups across India right now, and we are also building the next layer in terms of because once there is right problem, where is the right infrastructure given, right environment given, it is also the fund availability of the fund which needs to be done. And within STPI, within MIT, we are also looking into the schemes and initiatives that how do we fund the innovations at the very early stage, because still the capital, the VC capital, the angel capital is something which will come in when we obviously come at a later stage. But ensuring that support ecosystem is there for the innovations to convert themselves from prototype to product and product to market, there's a need for early funding also, and that's what within STPI we have done. We are happy to, as of now we have already supported and funded 200 startups, right, and these are the startups which are actually giving a lot of solutions for their use right now. Let me also share a story, because just a week back I was in Singapore, and I think I've been visiting a lot of countries earlier, but primarily for business trips, and this was probably the first time when I visited a country like Singapore as a normal citizen. And when we see the digital transformation, the kind of digital touch points as a normal citizen, a city like a Singapore has been able to do, I think that's what we aspire to. Today if you compare a city like a Singapore, a country like a Singapore, which is half the size of Delhi, but in terms of digital touch points, I don't think so. This, as a common citizen, we need anything other than ourselves and a mobile phone really to spend our weeks and days together without the need of anything else. And that's what the transformation, but that's what the smart city will be all about. I mean, Singapore is also one of the safest cities in the world. And the fact is that it's safe, but without even single petrol vehicle or daily, police vehicle on road. And it's safe because of deployment layer of the cameras, because that's where the cameras are the eyes and ears for ensuring the safety is happening. And on top of this, it's not about the sensor layer, it's also about the next layer which I earlier talked about, which has been truly built in. And it's just one example where cities transformation can really happen, and that's what is going to bring in the quality of life which was earlier talked about. So once again, thank you for inviting me here. And within STPI, I think we look forward to working with a lot of startups and entrepreneurs and industry to, in a collaborative way, to take this journey forward. So thank you for having me here.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, before I invite our next eminent speaker, may I once again request all those at the exhibition area to kindly take their seats. This is our last address. After this, we are going to have a short tea break. That is the time you can visit the exhibition. Please help us in making it easier for all our eminent speakers who are especially here. They've spared their valuable time for all our delegates. And on that note, I would like to invite for the special address Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh, Chief Regulatory Officer and CSR Indus Towers. He is going to speak on the cross-sector Digi Infra. Let's welcome sir with a warm round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, and respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen sitting in the audience, and media persons. Let me thank Shashi ji for setting such a good chronological order of speakers. Consumer sitting here, solution provider sitting here, and now I come as a backbone, as an infrastructure provider. And just to set the context, people say that it was earlier smart city, and then it became safe city, and then it became intelligent city, and I am here to say smart life. And once we make the smart life, then probably all this will be achieved. And what I say that before I come to the smart city or a smart life, the simple mantra is digitalize, virtualize, then mobilize. Okay? And to explain it further, what I try to explain here is, imagine the e-commerce would have not been there. Imagine the OTTs would have not been there. Then what have been the traffic situation on the roads? The movies on the content which we are seeing here, living in the capital city or the capital of the India, is being seen at the remotest part of the country. The product which we get at our home today in Delhi or Gurgaon is being received at the remotest part of the country. This is the power of digitalization. And this has already reduced and supported the traffic load of all the metro cities, and in turn helping us to make our cities more smarter, more safer, more intelligent. I am here to explain and express the role of infrastructure, which comes first, whatever we have discussed up till now, though my role comes in as a speaking as a last, but if I see as a deployment, I come at the first. Every time infrastructure has to come before the solution comes. And that's why our business model is. My name is Manoj Kumar Singh, and I represent Industar, which is the second world largest infrastructure provider company. And I'm proud that we are truly Indian and truly Indian organization, and we have almost more than 2 lakh point of presence across the country. And if I just share you and that is what probably will gel what I'm going to explain subsequently. We at many times don't know what my left hand is doing, the right hand doesn't know. And that is the kind of, you can say, the beauty of this country is such a bigger organization, such a widely spread organization. And if I can explain you the presence of our company Industars Limited, I can bet you, I can challenge you that whenever you are in a trouble, I will give, just for a trial purpose, I will give a command and control central knock number of my organization, and I can bet you that my people will reach before any emergency rescue services reaches you, because we are present almost every 100 meter across the country. And that's what we are. And that's why when we sit, when you are even right now connected, you are connected over our infrastructure, which is tower and digital infrastructure. So that's the kind of presence which we have across the country. But what is the need of the hour today? When we started digital infrastructure 2 decades back, then the whole focus was coverage, coverage, coverage. And you might have seen many videos, many mimics that somebody climbing on the tree to get the coverage. Usko signal nahi mil raha hai. But that time is over. Now what we are doing is capacity, capacity, capacity. Coverage is there, but I am not getting speed. My speed is low. Somebody need 500 and even now need 1 gigabit. This all requires too much of infrastructure. Fortunately, unfortunately, what is happening is still we are not in a collaborative mode. And that's why Government of India is quite visionary. Our Prime Minister is quite visionary. And that's why they launched a portal called Gati Shakti. I don't know, many of you must be knowing it, in which 16 ministries have collaborated and mapped their infrastructure at each layer so that we can use infrastructures of each other and provide low-cost services to the citizen of the country. How many of you must be knowing that we are the world least cost telephony in the world? How it is possible? It became possible because of our, you can say, corporate sector coming together, and which is a live example standing in front of you, that when Indus Tower was formed 2 decades back, all competing telecom service providers decided to share the infrastructure. We have displayed, we have demonstrated the least cost telephony can be achieved when with the infrastructure which is half the cost of the total project is being shared. Now, we are in a phase when within the telecom sharing is already achieved to a saturation. Now we have to come, and that's what my topic was, the cross-sectoral sharing. What does it mean for? The cross-sectoral sharing, I can tell you one example which our minister gave in the public gathering. He was designing and reviewing the railway station, and he was trying to connect this railway station with digital fiber. And when he actually observed on the Gati Shakti portal, then he found that already the fiber is only 1.6 kilometer away. No need to lay a separate fiber. On the same note, we heard too much about putting CCTV cameras, putting so many digital solutions, but at the bank, because my mind goes as an infrastructure. Everything has to be backhauled. Everything needs a backhaul connectivity. And many of you must be knowing, and just I give an example, you know that railways lay their own fiber, CCTV lays their own fiber, power grid lays their own fiber, telecom they lays their own fiber, and believe me, fiber have 96 pairs. None of the fiber is fully exhausted. It is a criminal wastage, not only of the time, but resources of the country using silo infrastructure. And that's why my topic is cross-sectoral. And already this beginning has begun, and I'm very, very sure that solution providers, experts who are sitting on the dais and also in the audience can provide very low cost digital services to the citizens of the country once we start having cross-sectoral sharing of infrastructure. We are designing bus stations, we are designing traffic system, etc., etc. The same is traffic light can be digitalized with a smart traffic system the moment 60 to 70% of the infrastructure which is already laid there being shared rather than redeployed as a standalone infrastructure. That was my subject today, and I will little bit switch over towards why I said that what is the power of digitalization. We all are talking safe city, smart city, intelligent city. How can we decongest the city before, rather than allowing the problems to come to the city and then try to solve it? We have to really see that how the digitalization will play a very, very vital role, which we call, many of the people call decongestion, but also is called de-urbanization. How can we help to de-urbanize the things, in which we are very actively working, and we are very actively working in various, we have expanded our wings beyond telecom, and then we are working with health sector, how to provide the best-in-class health sector with, which we call sometimes telemedicine, etc., etc. And we have already demonstrated, not from the business route only, but from the CSR route as well, that how can a health ATM being put at Gorakhpur in east part of the UP get connected to the best-in-class hospital located in Delhi or Gurgaon. How the doctors can see their patients, how the children in the remotest part of the UP and Bihar get the best-in-class, well-titled education by smart classes. So the moment all these things with the help of digitalization get ubiquitous coverage across the country, whatever we are trying to achieve with the smart city, it will probably first the smart life, followed by smart city, and followed by intelligent city. That's the vision which we are driving. And as I said, that we have already crossed the age of coverage and now into the capacity. What exactly does it mean for, and that's why probably you might have heard, and many telecom professionals sitting here, we have coined the word called street furniture. What street furniture is? We don't want to lay or deploy any more infrastructure to distort the skyline of the country. We just want to overlay, which again I said, cross-sectoral. If a street light pole is there, or a railway station is there, or a bus shelter is there, or a traffic signal is there, just go and hang your 5G infrastructure radio equipments, backhaul them, and help them to develop more and more 5G use cases. And the moment we are enabling those, what is the biggest bottleneck into the 5G use cases? Is the high cost of infrastructure, because it requires infrastructure at every 100 meter or 50 meter. Many of you might have experienced that when you have a Wi-Fi at your home, your 5G doesn't travel from your bedroom to drawing room. That kind of densification is required, and that much densification, if we start creating another layer across the country, it will be humongous capex. The only possibility to develop the 5G use cases is sharing cross-sectoral infrastructure, which is already there. Not only it will helping the developing low-cost 5G use cases, but also I will give one example to explain my thoughts. You know many of the DISCOMs running in loss? How many of you know? Okay. You know the Delhi Metro running in loss? How many of you know? This is funded by Delhi government. We approached Delhi government, I said, your pillar can be monetized. Your street light pole can be monetized. I am ready to pay 2,000 rupees rental to your street light pole. I am ready to pay 5,000 rental to your simple pillar of your Delhi Metro. So in turn, we are cross-subsidizing the existing infrastructure laid by other utility infrastructure, and then having a cross-sectoral sharing. That's what my topic is. And that's what the message which I wanted to convey here. Lastly, I have one more topic. I know that I'm standing between tea and our conversation, but it is so close to my heart. We all are listening, discussing that EV is not evolving so fast. And many of you must be knowing that the challenge in EV penetration is not the EV. It is the EV charging infrastructure. I don't buy EV because I don't know when I will come to Delhi how many places I will find to get my EV charge on my go. I have to go to a certain corner and park my car to park the EV, and then I have to walk to my place. The moment I want EV charging infrastructure on the go, and EV charging infrastructure is again a capex heavy infrastructure. Let me tell you one very great example, and probably which I have been representing the Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Power put together. At Indus Tower standalone, to give you 100% uptime of your connectivity, at Indus Tower alone, we procure 1.5 gigawatt hours of battery every year. 1.5 gigawatt hour battery every year, just to have a backup. And once I have a battery, it means I have a charging infrastructure. My every location is provided with 30 kilowatt, 60 kilowatt and even more kilowatt of charging infrastructure already, which is getting used once or twice or 2 hours or 1 hour in a day, because power availability in the country has increased so much. We have an average 23, 22 hours of power availability. Means, what does it mean for? That charging infrastructure which is being deployed by the telecom companies are lying idle for 3/4 of the day. See the story. Left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. One side, a capex heavy infrastructure is being put which is unutilized for 75% of the day, and other side is a sector which is struggling for charging infrastructure. This both have to club together. So the moment we have this cross-sectoral, I just wanted to give this one example to you to understand the importance of cross-sectoral sharing in order to get the least cost, citizen-centric services across the world. We have demonstrated in telephony, and we are going to demonstrate in many other smart life services in times to come with the help of cross-sectoral sharing of infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And before we close this session, I would request Mr. Shashidharan to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of appreciation and gratitude. Okay. I would request first Shri Manoj Tandonji to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos. We present to Mr. Sajjan S., Vice President of Innovation and Strategy, Northern Communication. Thank you, sir. We present to Mr. V.J. Vaishnav, CEO, Wallet Soft India. Thank you very much indeed, sir. We present to Shri Subodh Sachin, Director, Innovation, Software Technology, Parks of India, STPI. Thank you, sir. We present to Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh, Chief Regulatory Officer and CSR, Indus Towers. Thank you very much indeed. With that, we thank Mr. Manoj Tandon to kindly doing the honors. Now requesting Mr. Shashidharan to present to Shri Manoj Tandonji. Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now close the proceedings of the opening ceremony. We break for tea. The tea break is of 15 minutes only. Yes.
I just want to share, as TRI said, for the telecom infrastructure sharing. I do agree, but the problem is, all the smart city consultants and the safe city consultants tells everybody to lay the fiber. Now you have a Railtel fiber and Vivek Duwaji is here, you have a BSNL fiber. The problem is every smart city CEO wants to lay their own fiber and their own DCs. Now you have the country is full of DCs, but none of them have the customers. So for this, like the roaming, the telecom roaming, you have a clearing agency. We should have an agency either from the government or from the private sector, from the association we create. Their job is only to make sure the infra is shared. Until and unless that happens, nothing is going to improve in this country, sir. Because I come from SL Tower, I am the SL Tower Resident Welfare Association. I was approached by all the operators to put up the tower. Okay, so last month also they came, कि sir नहीं हम वोडा से हैं. Now the problem is I know everybody, I know all the operators, know whom to say no and whom to say yes. So someone has to come forward to make sure that infra is shared. The same way when we put up the CCTV, the Gurgaon police comes and tells me, sir, MG road पे एक accident हुआ है, मुझे आप अपना वीडियो का clipping दे दो. GMDA comes and tells कि सर ये नाली का में से 2 ढक्कन उठा के ले गए, हमें CCTV का footage दे दो. But they don't want to put their own and share it with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, inviting everyone to join us for a cup of tea. And the next session will begin at 12:25 sharp. We would request everybody to be seated back in time. And for the kind attention of all our eminent speakers of the upcoming session, to kindly check and load their presentations with us if they have not forwarded so far. Thank you.
Hello. Check. Hello. 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 Check.
It's way above the cloud and greater than data alone. It's digital and it's transformational. It's in our networks, our Wi-Fi and IoT, and the smart environments that we make possible. Connecting our lives, bringing us closer through automation, innovative software and tailored solutions and services. In schools, hospitals, hotels, where we live, where we're heading, and how we'll get there. It's through our experience, our communications and our technology. It's in our partnerships and the responsibility and actions we take to create fair opportunities and a brighter future together. It's in you, it's in every where everything connects.
In today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, organizations face complex challenges. At TechBridge, we're on a mission to empower businesses with cutting-edge software solutions that harness the power of IoT, cybersecurity, and productivity to drive operational excellence, enhance security posture, and optimize business performance. Our vision is to show
It's way above the cloud and greater than data alone. It's digital and it's transformational. It's in our networks, our Wi-Fi and IoT, and the smart environments that we make possible. Connecting our lives, bringing us closer through automation, innovative software, and tailored solutions and services. In schools, hospitals, hotels, where we live, where we're heading, and how we'll get there. It's through our experience, our communication, and our technology. It's in our partnerships, and the responsibility and actions we take to create fair opportunities and a brighter future together. It's in you, it's in everyone, and it's more than each of us, all of us. You are part of something bigger. Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise, where everything connects.
Today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, organizations face complex challenges. At TechBridge, we're on a mission to empower businesses with cutting-edge software solutions that harness the power of IoT, cybersecurity, and connectivity to drive operational excellence, enhance security posture, and optimize business performance. Our vision is to shape the future of businesses, where advanced technologies optimize efficiency, enhance security resilience, and unlock the full potential of the workforce. We believe that through innovation and strategic partnerships, we can transform the industry landscape and empower organizations worldwide to thrive in the era of digital transformation. Our software products seamlessly integrate IoTs, cybersecurity, and connectivity to provide comprehensive solutions that go beyond traditional offerings. By harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, we enable organizations to proactively manage their operations, fortify their defenses against cyber threats, and maximize productivity across their digital ecosystem. With our user-centered approach and cutting-edge technology, we deliver unmatched value and transform business
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request everybody to kindly be seated. We are ready to go ahead with the next session. I would request all those delegates who are still outside to kindly carry their cups of tea and coffee back to the hall so that we can go ahead with the proceedings of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to be seated. We are going ahead with the proceedings of the next session, which is a technical presentation session. And the theme for the session is Trends for Digital India, Smarter, Sustainable, Safer Cities. And I have the proud privilege in inviting our eminent session chair, Shri Vivek Duaji. He is Chief General Manager, CFA, Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome our distinguished eminent chairperson, Shri Vivek Duaji. I would like to invite our eminent speakers. I invite Mr. Prashant Oberoi, Director Sales, Government Business India and SAC, Northern Communications. Warm welcome to you, sir. I invite Mr. Amit Mehta, DGM, Government Vertical, Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise, to kindly join us on the stage, please. I invite Mr. Saurabh Agarwal, CEO, Tech Bridge, to kindly grace the stage. I invite Mr. Sarvesh Mishra, Business Head, Comrex Networks Private Limited. And I would also like to invite Mr. Kanish Gaur, Founder, India Future Foundation. May I request the organizers to kindly get the speakers onto the stage, please. Once again, inviting all our eminent speakers, Mr. Prashant Oberoi, Director Sales, Government Business, India and SAC, Northern Communication. Mr. Amit Mehta, DGM, Government Vertical, Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise. Mr. Saurabh Agarwal, CEO, Tech Bridge. Mr. Sarvesh Mishra, Business Head, Comrex Networks Private Limited. And Mr. Kanish Kaur, Founder, India Future Foundation. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, the topic for the session is Trends for Digital India, Smarter, Sustainable, Safer Cities. May I request you, sir, to kindly switch off your mobile phone, sir? Sir, may I request you to kindly switch off your mobile phone, please? Thank you. And all our delegates, guests who are at the exhibition area are kindly requested to take their seats. All our guests at the exhibition area, we request you to kindly take your seats, or at least please do not make noise at the back of the hall. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, the topic for the session is Trends for Digital India, Smarter, Sustainable, Safer Cities. The time duration is approximately 1 hour 30 minutes, which includes the opening and closing remarks by the distinguished chairperson, presentations for 15 minutes each, and we will have question and answers in the end if the time permits after all the presentations are over. With those words, I would now like to hand over to our session chair, Shri Vivek Duaji. Over to you, sir, for your opening remarks and to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the session. Yes. Once again, to the kind attention of all our guests who are at the back at the exhibition area, if you could kindly raise your hands. Everybody at the back side is requested to take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, you are disturbing our speakers. We would request you all to kindly take the seats, please.
Our guests at the exhibition area are requested to be seated, please. If you need to make conversation, you may kindly take it outside the hall. All the conversations to kindly be taken outside the hall, please. And over to you, sir.
So I'm Vivek Kugar, posted at BSNL corporate office in Delhi. I welcome our esteemed speakers and all the members in this hall who have joined for today's program. The theme for the discussion for this panel is Trends for Digital India, Smarter, Sustainable, Safer Cities. I've been involved in the rollout of fiber access, particularly FTTH, as you understand, for the last 4 years. And I've been personally experiencing how lives have changed in these last 4-5 years, particularly post-COVID, when everybody went online. The way we understand life and its challenges has altogether changed post-COVID. And every now and then, whenever there is trouble traveling, reaching out someplace, हम बोलते हैं easy कर देंगे. It has become so normal in our lives, which wasn't there pre-COVID, that we feel very, very comfortable participating, engaging with others through the online world. Last 1 year or so, we have exhaustively spent our times reaching to the rural clientage or the villages in the country. As part of the BharatNet rollout program also, I am involved, in which 7 to 8 months post-October, when the government asked us to do some pilot engagements, we rolled out 5 lakh plus homes within a span of 6 months, which was very, very encouraging that you see the demand side and then the benefits coming from that fiber to the home is entirely a different experience. So my understanding is that we should not constrain the discussion to only smart cities. Today villages are becoming more smarter than what we see in the cities. And आपके बहुत सारे दोस्त होंगे जो कोविड के टाइम वापस अपने गांव में गए and they never think of coming back. So it may not be a typical village, it could be a small town, but the life there has been so enriching for them that they never decided to come back to Pune, Bangalore or Hyderabad. So I think this change which has come in life, we need to appreciate more and more and see how more healthier the environment can be with the technology or the other aspects that the speakers will discuss today. So without getting more into the details, let me first welcome our first speaker for this session, Mr. Prashant Oberoi. He is a seasoned professional with 25 plus years of experience in networking and surveillance. He heads the government business for Model in India and the SAARC countries. I was talking to him just before the start of session. Model is 7 years into this country and 6 years he has been heading his business in this country. So spent a good amount of time in the industry connecting to the customers and understanding the challenges. So let's hear from him. Let's welcome Mr. Prashant.
Good afternoon all. Thank you Bharat Exhibition for giving this opportunity to be among such elite panel and give a overview about the company and the things which we see as the challenges and the solutions probably related to the safe city, smart city scenario. If it so Norton is a more than 25-year-old company headquartered out of UK, and originally we started as a cable OEM for others and slowly moved into the whole ELV space, from cabling on our own name, moving to the surveillance and the public addressal system. Today we are present across 23 countries with our own presence and another 12 countries represented through distributors. These are some of our global footprints across Southeast Asia, India, Africa, Europe, and now slowly entering into the US region. What I have written is your global presence, however with a local touch, because as I said, we are already present across with the local people in more than 23 geographies currently, and obviously a global approach in terms of getting the technologies, getting the product developing the product as per the requirement which is prevailing in the different markets. As a brand, we had a choice, either to be the best, which is obviously not an easy thing to do, or to be the best price. Again, I don't know what's the definition of a best price guarantee, because there could be always somebody who can offer a better price. So we made a choice that it's better to be different. When I say different in terms of technology, different in terms of technology adaptation, different in terms of adapting and learning from different geographies and try to put those aspects into the products and take it to various geographies where it could solve the technical challenges, the technology challenges across the globe. Just to re-emphasize on what kind of certifications we carry, which are like global certifications which are available across the globe. Our global manufacturing base has been UK till now, and within next 2 quarters we are moving most of it to, on the surveillance side at least, we are moving it to India, and we should have our Make in India operation starting from 2nd quarter, most likely, plus minus couple of months. Certain global things, I don't know how much it is visible, unfortunately it is not much visible here. So, but these are certain case studies which are spread across the Middle East region to the Europe region to the India and Southeast Asia. Coming to our subject, the safe city scenarios, when we are talking about the smart cities, safe cities, making the environment more safer, smarter, which means finally it should have some impact on every citizen's life, on day-to-day activity which they do, be it surveillance, be it the public addressal system which we are into, where it could be the general public announcements, it could be the dedicated announcements in a particular region. Like, just an example, Delhi witnessed flooding few weeks back. Obviously, those kind of zone-based announcements could help to divert traffic, could help to evacuate, could help to, thereby impacting the general person living in the city on day-to-day mode. Similarly, with the surveillance, it is not only just question of enforcing something, but proving as a deterrent also for antisocial elements, proving deterrent so that thereby making life easier, or alternatively, like we have been talking about in the first panel, sir was talking about the ITMS project, and Shashi sir was talking why do we have to close down during G20? Why, with technology intervention, why can't we have something in such a way where people can move around also and the delegates don't have a problem? So obviously with those kind of technology interventions, we can always create green corridors, we can create different right to way for things, so that everything doesn't have to be a standstill for this particular thing. Obviously we are still slightly away from that, but I'm sure within few years we can see all these interventions coming. A typical diagram, what it goes in whole of the city and the environments. Certain interventions again related to the city, where your transport, public transport can be monitored, your any public utility vehicle can be monitored. Face recognition system was talked by again our joint commissioner. The face recognition systems can be installed specifically at least at the important public places like the VVIP areas, the defense areas, the DMZs. The intelligent traffic management systems, the smart infrastructure where we are trying to trigger pre-defined announcements, application-based announcements, situation-based announcements, or a zone-based announcements. And all those things can be done from a single console, either pan-city basis, or again it could be a very specific region where a particular event is happening on a real-time basis. Certain products, I would not get into the products too much, just to emphasize the kind of products which can cover these applications. Just to brief this, we are talking about cameras which can optically view up to like 800 meters or a kilometer during the night. And when I'm talking about somebody viewing, I am talking actually going up to that much that it can read the number plates of the vehicle in the night nearly 800 meters away from a camera. So which means very long distance. We don't need to have that 50 meter or 100 meter range to capture those number plates. We can go, obviously there is a cost involved the moment we move towards more distance and long coverages, but there is option available at least. The vehicle based surveillance, explosion proof, like this particular thing we are already putting it on a INS Vikrant, wherein this particular cameras are getting mounted on the top of the robo, which is gonna act as a firefighting agent. Because if you remember a few months back, we had heard about a fire breaking out on one of the INS ships, and to douse that fire there were a lot of manpower involved and there was people who were injured. So this particular thing is a manless firefighting agent where the technology intervention can at least help saving the human effort and thereby probably saving the human lives as well. Yeah. As I said, we started from the cabling thing, the whole passive infrastructure, be it on a copper, fiber, your end-to-end cabling, including the fire resistant, fire sustainable cables, but I would not take time on that, but something which is beyond the normal cabling, which is the AIM solution, which is the intelligent infrastructure management, automated infrastructure management even on the passive, where, because we always used to refer passive as a passive infrastructure where it doesn't have intelligence, but today we can build the intelligence on that passive infrastructure also, wherein we can know when we are creating the bigger data centers, when we are creating the huge infrastructure in terms of fiber and all, we can create that infrastructure where we know if a port has been changed or connectivity has been lost with the port, where we are talking about thousands of high density data center racks. More than half the time goes in identifying which port and which rack is disconnected, whereas this automated infrastructure gives us the real-time view in terms of reaching that particular port within few seconds. This is just a diagram about the architecture diagram about the AIM solution, and as he said, if we will have time we will take up the questions, otherwise I would be available behind. If anybody has questions, either we will answer after this session or I am available behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashantji. So we spoke about a lot of gadgets which will make our cities smarter, and of course about cabling and other stuff also. Just simply, reminds me of one simple thing which is happening back home also. Not to talk of a smart city, but a smart home also. For last 1 year, my mother has been using this Alexa device, and she uses this for playing those old Hindi songs. And morning she gets to know about weather. and some basic views of the day. So she's very regular into this. And recently when me and my son were there with her, so she was asking Alexa to do something. And Alexa wasn't doing, she was doing random things. And मेरा बेटा suddenly बोला चुप कर Alexa. And my mother was little sad about this, or probably after that she was a little curious also. She asked my son, बेटा बच्चों से बात नहीं करते? And my son was that, बोला दादी Alexa है ये machine है. बेटा machine है तो क्या हुआ बदतमीजी करनी होती है आपने. So what I'm trying to tell you here is that people have started having that emotional connect with the machines also, which probably a few years back none of us thought we'd have that. And you also, all of you, with your mobile, you may or may not appreciate, you have got an emotional connect. आप 10 मिनट छोड़ के देखिए उसको, आपका दिल दिमाग छूटना no problem, but mobile छूटना is a bigger problem, right? So we are developing a lot of emotions for our gadgets, and that's where I see things will start taking a very different shape. So thank you, Prashantji, for a nice session, nice introduction to the technology engagement you have. Let me now introduce Mr. Amit Mehta. He is the DGM Government Vertical for Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise. He is a business leader with 20 plus years of experience, specializing in creation of successful global multinational customer-oriented organization from the ground. He has demonstrated ability in strategy creation and application, as well as in the facets of management, including budgeting, forecasting, and system application. So quite a diverse portfolio he has in terms of doing and engaging with the society. So may I request Shri Amit Mehta to please start your presentation and enlighten the audience.
Thank you, Vikasji. So basically we work for Alcatel, and we have been, you can go ahead. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. So say about we have been in network, we have complete diverse portfolio. We can say about we are into complete converged platform. We provide some. It's Alcatel-Lucent is a very renowned name based out of France, Columbus, say about 100-year-old plus company. We have acquired Lucent sometime 25 years back, and somewhere on networking resources. Now, last but not the least, we have started making our presence in India. We have started making a lot of R&D facilities, lot of development centers and everything, tax support and everything based out of India. So, good strength in India, and we are trying to, just to enhance the Modi ji's Make in India portfolio and everything. So, we are just trying to work that out in India. So, we have lot of diverse customer portfolio, and lot of we have been working in India, say about from last 25 years now, and we have been able to make up lot of presence in lot of government portfolio besides smart cities and safe cities portfolios as such. So basically we have say about 5 verticals. Actually we concentrate on some education, healthcare, government, transportation, but now all these particular portfolios actually are converged actually in India on government portfolio itself. So we have been working with lot of these portfolios, hospitality portfolios as well. So when I talk about smart city, safe city, and government digitization platform, the major thrust is to have everything available on the mobile. Actually, that's what is the idea. Whether it's a transportation, bookings, sometime back we did not had any such portfolio. When we were young, we computer and everything, we it was a pleasure to have a computer right now. But now without mobile, with everybody out there having smart transport, smart education, smart retail, smart healthcare, smart hospitality, everything we have started building out, and the idea is just to have everything on the mobile itself. So now that's what is the digitalization thrust that we are trying to bring in. So in the particular process, this digitization process, whatsoever you try to work out, you have to ensure you have the complete platform out there, reliable solutions, because if you are getting it if the network or anything goes down at any point of time. It's you have to have the tech support basically based out of India to ensure that everything is coming up. So major citizen-centric approach, if you have to work out here, it should be safe, it should be digital, mobile, healthy, you have to be connected, engaged, resilient. So, you have to have a complete resilient and time-tested and industry-tested your portfolio to work that out completely. So, if you are looking on smart city is the need of the hour, because lot of urbanization and everything, everybody has started moving on to cities. 55% population from the rural have moved on to cities. Say about lot of cities around building contribute lot of 40%, buildings use 30% of the world's energy. So, if you don't have everything smart working out on your mobile, that is something that is, you need to have that a green platform. If you have to have a green platform, you need to have, completely working out on mobile, digitized and everything. So when I talk about smart city or safe city, you have other portfolios like smart lighting, smart waste. If that is not there at the moment, it would be there. In every household it would be there. Right now it's started working out on a platform of, multiple platform. On smart cities. That is the initiative that has been taken some time back, but sooner or later all the smart platforms has to come out. It has to come out on every household. So every household should be expecting to come out with the smart platform, whether it's smart lighting, smart HVAC, smart metering, or you talk about smart transport, or you talk about smart air quality, smart video, every analytics, everything, just to make sure everything is smart is the idea that. And this is an idea with AI and artificial intelligence and everything coming in. This would be the idea that would be prospering in the time to future. So it's a, relatively with the growing population and everything, if we have that completely built on our platforms, that it is the time tested future, and that is everything is going to be smart out there. Even the governance, everything you talk about has to go on to smart offerings. So these are the benefits of improved city reputation, citizen well-being, citizen engagement, decreased anxiety and attraction of new businesses. So that is what is the future that is going to lie out, in time to come. We cannot expect what would be the future onto the smartness that is being, in the time to come that is going to come across. So, with pandemic, terrorism, with people asset protection, urbanization, all this. Safety is with all the things coming into security is the another stuff that has been rolling out into that has to come into it. Key security features happen to be harassment, accident, violence act, incident, all that feature is security, and that is something, this is the particular aspect of the safe city solution that is required. So these, the particular forum which we are talking about is more on the safe city platform. So these are the key things that has to be addressed, and this has to be addressed on a real-time basis. There has been incidents, which has, in Delhi, if we are having this sort of incidents in Delhi, this is getting noticed. But if you are talking about the rural areas and everything, these type of incidents have not been noticed. So safe city, when we are talking about, has to come out with almost every city. So these are the engagement. So the basic thing that comes on at the back for engaging this all this particular platforms is the Internet of Things. Internet of the Things, as you might have already heard about, every platform has to go on to Internet of Things. You have to have the cloud control traffic. You have to, complex security and ladies security. Then there is a lot of security stuff that has to happen. So CCTV camera whatsoever. So basically, smart public building enablements, like sensors, like Zigbee. I've been to some SDR, State Disaster Recovery. They just want to have a, sensor, seismic risk management sensors at every 10 kilometers, which is somewhere around the idea is to predict, the cyclones, the earthquakes and everything on a smartness basis. I have seen that with agriculture, with everything has to be a smart city. So likewise, the safety of the, complete mobility has to, safety of the all team members has to come across, and the mobile has to be the one that enables all this safety. So now smart, of course, I've gone through a lot of smart cities. I will just quickly take on to IoT of the things, implemented with analyzed, ruggedized, and implementation. So what we do is, we happen to have the portfolio of complete converged platform of complete switching platform that we work out on the, so that the network which is created for the smart enable, whether it's a sensors, whether it's CCTV, whether it's, anything, or it's a safety of the organization, whether you location based tracking. So all this complete converged platform of switching, wireless, and of course communication, so that is something we enable. We have been proving into multiple locations, multiple countries, multiple cities. We have presence in say about 90 countries at the moment, and we have been enabling this smart solutions and safety solutions with mobility across all these countries. So that's why I said IoT of devices, and this is something we did for the safety, smart mobility for, you can talk about for some smart solutions, smart city solutions, wherein Wi-Fi solutions, wherein IP, CCTV, HOP, everything at the back end was supported by us. So this is one of the customer profile based out of France that we did, and we have been able to support all the street lights. We have been able to integrate the application of smart city actually on the mobile itself as well. So we have been able to provide the location based tracking. We have been able to integrate complete back at the back end, provide networking solution. We have been able to provide wireless solution. Likewise, we have been able to provide the complete communication platform on a real-time basis. That's what was required in one of the locations in France. Of course, we have done complete networking solutions in multiple cities in India as well. So we have done, and this is some other case location of a city of Ocala in USA. So we have been present in lot of locations across globe and be providing. So these are the total customer references that we have been working out on across. So this with this networking portfolio, I don't want to go much deeper into it. As I told you already, it's a completely networking, wireless, and switching portfolio. Asset tracking, which is location based, and network advisor NAC solutions. And this is our communication portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you, Anandji. We can take one or two questions if you have, the audience has. Okay, I have a question for you. What makes a city smart? आप सब लोग तो सुन रहे हैं smart city, connected, gadgets, so many things. What's your opinion? What makes a city really smart? Yes, sir. थोड़ा engage करने के लिए कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, nothing here, so that doesn't become monotonous. I want to talk from this side to that side.
Thank you, sir. Actually, smart city is not just about the hardware and technology part.
Okay, one line only. We will take only one line. Next, who is the next one? Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The gentleman in the front. You have got only one line to speak to summarize only one line.
City with communication.
City with communication. Next, sir.
A city which is not cognitive cannot be smart.
A city which is
Not cognitive, it does not have cognitive.
okay.
City with quality of life.
City with quality of life is smart city. I think the word called smart, why it is that it has to be always quality of life.
Ultimately, it has to give a user experience. Citizens has to feel.
Okay, fine. Let's give a chance to people in the other side. I'm just trying to simulate how people think about smartness.
I think the city which is having a real-time surveillance.
Real-time surveillance. Okay. Next.
A city with decentralized energy, drainage and everything. At the same time, it is connected with each other.
So it's again coming to the infrastructure. City with a smarter infrastructure is called smart city. That's what you wanted to say. Give a chance to the people on the right side.
You do think it by proper land use transport integration.
Proper land
use transport integration.
Land use. Okay, reduce the bridge the gap. Sir, please use the mic.
Yeah. If you have wasteland use, then actually people are having origin and destination very close to nearby. So they reduce that.
Oh, excellent. I come from Chandigarh and I experience this.
Yeah,
the workplace.
Yeah, one more point I would say using more bicycles for transportation.
Very nice. So environment friendly, healthy living.
The services provided by the citizen is smart, then your city will be smart.
Services provided by the citizen is smart, then the city is smart. That's what you said?
All the services.
All the services. काफी holistic statement है. देखिए जैसा आप अपने समाज को या अपने thoughts को envision कर रहे हैं about smart, that's how we will evolve also, because that's how you see your world, right? अपने ideas को open करिए. There is nothing limiting you to speak.
So a city with integrated smart infrastructure is a smart city.
That's again smart infrastructure. So please don't repeat the statements or the words which have already been spoken. Try to be unique. Yes?
City which communicates itself is smart.
City which?
Communicates itself is smart.
Committed itself. Communicates itself. Oh. Next. Easy life of citizens solve the problems.
I would say the city which make life easy for the citizens.
So everybody wants to have an easy, comfortable, healthy life. That happens to be a larger objective. And the underlying desire or the workability would be a good infrastructure. And the enablers will be आपके पास बहुत अच्छा रोड्स है, बहुत सारा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी है, बहुत सारा वाईफाई है, सब कुछ है, फिर सडनली एक दिन रुक भी जाता है, वाईफाई बंद हो जाता है, बिजली नहीं आ रही है, रोड पे जाम हो गया है, तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इज देयर, इट हैज बीन क्रिएटेड, people want that to run in a healthy state, that is also a very good desired state, then this, all of that suddenly goes into a chaos. Why it happens? Sorry? Cyber attacks, okay. Communication failure. Chaliye, just let me quickly now present my thought, what I have been thinking is, you have probably put all the points which should be there in anybody's mind, it has come out very nicely. But what I always feel personally is, smart city is not about the smart people. We need to evaluate how smart the people are to effectively utilize the resources that are available at that point in time in the society. The infrastructure will keep improving. We have seen exponential increase in the infrastructure in last 2 decades in this country. What I saw in 2000 and what I see today, it has been an enormous change. But the quality of life is still struggling. Why the infrastructure being created is still not giving you the desired benefits. हमारे घर में जब वो मैकेनिक आता है ना कुछ फिक्स करने के लिए, आपने कितनी बार नोटिस किया कि उसके पास अपने टूल्स प्रॉपर हैं? A good number of times you will come and ask for the tools from you only. Good number of times you yourself will not read the manual of a new gadget that you bought and you start suddenly putting your hands on it. दो चार बटन पे हाथ मारोगे करोगे फिर नहीं चला तो शायद वापस रुक कर देखोगे कि मैनुअल में क्या लिखा है. You got excellent gadgets around you, but most of you would not have discovered the full functionality of that gadget because you didn't spend time understanding that gadget. वो 5% यूज में ही वो gadget वहाँ रहता है. कितना भी एक्सपेंसिव हो, आपको एक फर्स्ट लेवल सेटिस्फैक्शन मिलेगी कि I own the gadget. बट उसको इफेक्टिवली यूज करने के लिए जो नॉलेज और अंडरस्टैंडिंग चाहिए, we really venture in that direction. So my take is that we need to measure the smartness of people living in that society, and using that measurement criteria, we need to build an evolution plan for those people to work more effectively to use their available resources. अपना ही सामान, अपना ही environment को अगर हम ठीक से संभाल के रख पाएं, उसको effectively use कर पाएं, then any place can be smart. I'll narrate maybe after some time few examples which I have learned from the village folks. Because a lot of experiments from our fiber team is happening in the village area, where I find frankly the smartness index of people way above than what I see in the other areas. Maybe because they think more freely, maybe because they face more number of challenges in their life. That's how the innovation comes. And understanding their perspectives is more enlightening to me than the way I understand the urban communities. So let us absorb all those ideas that surround us, evolve ourselves, and I'm sure the smart people only will make smart cities, not just the infrastructure. So we'll keep debating, deliberating on these points, but just to engage you more on the topic, then the speaker side will be getting pushed on me. Let me now welcome the third speaker for the day, Mr. Saurabh Agarwal. He graduated from IIT BHU, Banaras in 2000. Then he's worked with Wipro, Sonas, Huawei, Alcatel and so many other organizations. He has traversed challenging domains, taxing experiences, extremely educated projects, working on various geographies across the globe. So there's a lot more which is in his credentials, but let me now request Mr. Saurabh Agarwal, please start your presentation and give me a thoughts to the audience.
Thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and I want to thank Mr. Dua for this small introduction. And it's a great afternoon, and we are, as a country, we have, spent couple of years, almost 8-9 years, when we have started in the thought process around smart cities, and evolution of smart cities has been great in the country. And as sir said about using those infrastructure, so infrastructure investment has been going on, and we as users, as citizens, also have evolved a lot from what we were, let's say 8 or 10 years ago. And as a country, when we say smart cities and smart mobility, the users, end users, the citizen experience and their level of users, as I want to say, that has evolved. And as a company also, we see that lots of investment has already gone into this, but we need to move on to the next level of utilization and extracting value out of the investment which has gone into all of this. Even we talk about things which are like Wi-Fi or digital infrastructure, telecom infrastructure, communication, all those things have not been in place. And overall we see as an internet, the availability of internet and the usage of internet
overall the index of the quality, everything has moved a lot and very leaps and bounds across the country. And as sir said, villages, today we observe that villages are very big and very apt consumer of such digital infrastructure in the country today. So when we talk about smart city and smart mobility, we need to now move to the next level, wherein lots of smart steps has to come, and the maturity of the digital infra in the country is coming up. And as we see in next 5 years and so, the Indian economy is going to boom from today wherever we are, and in next couple of years we will see leaps and bounds of the progress that we come across. And as a company, TechBridge, we are in the forefront of innovation, and we are presenting here today two very important aspects of the investment which has gone into the smart infrastructures across the country in cities and mobility. That is about asset. Millions and billions of dollars converted into lots of rupees had been invested in all of this infrastructure which has been created across in multiple 100 smart cities, and more so, like lot of safe cities is there, lot of smart cities are there, lot of mobility is there. Now in that scenario, the asset, so we have brought up two concepts of one is integrated service management system, where we are trying to extract value out of the assets, and also drone based asset management, because lots of people, public safety has to be taken care of, and with that we are giving here solution for enhancing asset management, which is through integrated service management and drones. Okay, so for the effective asset management, which is very important in the current smart city scenario, as I said, safeguarding our investments in asset management is very important for everyone. Lots of investment has gone through your safe city organizations, smart city organizations. So we need to make sure that all the assets are safely managed, monitored, and we also need to see that we are able to extract values out of that. So things like enhanced security, risk mitigation, data-driven insights, efficiency boosting of the assets which has been already deployed across, remote accessibility, cost savings on those assets, comprehensive monitoring, predictive maintenance, audits, and future ready approach. So all these are very, very important thing, as Dua sir was saying about people being smarter, people being mature enough to use the asset in the right way to extract the values. How many times we have actually seen what effectively usage is happening of all those things which are available to us. I always believe personally that more than the capex or whatever money we spend in buying certain thing or by investing into an asset, it's equally or more important how we use it, how the operations are run of that system, whatever value we have to drive of that system, we should be able to do that. So when we are talking about asset management and asset life cycle, we are talking about how we are able to extract value as a user, as a citizen, and also for the agencies and the people who are running and maintaining those operations actually. So in this concept, we are introducing a certain new thing, which is drone based asset management system, where we are coming with the concept where safety and security of people who are doing the maintenance of such critical assets in difficult terrains, etc., high buildings, etc. We are introducing a concept with the usage of drone with the asset management system, where remote sites, difficult terrain, high sites, those can be effectively monitored through the concept of digital twin, through the asset management as asset life cycle system. So where we are actually, as I said, we are creating a digital twin inspection and the monitoring is being suggested here with use of drone with our tool system, which is asset management system. Couple of advantages of such platform and subsystems in the smart city and smart mobility concept is that one is speed. We have observed, we have the statistics that with the drone systems, the speed of everything which we do in the operations is around 60% improved. Next is accuracy. Yes, so to err is human, but with machines those errors are reduced considerably. So accuracy is improved with the uses of drones in the solutions, and then reduce manual labor. Where again, as I said, odd hours or good hours, we don't have those dependency on human systems. And then the data collection. The data collection and accuracy of data is pretty high when we talk about the machines drones. If we see across the usage of drones is increasing, has been increasing on the in the last couple of years, and we are introducing this concept in Indian scenario of using drones for the asset management basically. So couple of steps that has to be done when we do drones for the asset management system, which is first is planning and scheduling. Next is drone deployments. We need to have pilots engaged who run the who fly the drones and things like that, and then the data collection, and then AI based data analysis and reporting. So this is like couple of steps which has to be done for the drone based asset management system. In continuation of this, we are also suggesting here integrated service management system. This is again a platform which we are suggesting, like with drones, also risk assessment of assets. So there are multiple risks: risk by the user, risk by the custodian, risk by the owners, risk by the machines. So we are suggesting here in the current again smart city and mobility scenario, whatever investment has been done, they have to be effectively monitored, they have to be effectively used, and to extract the value out of that, we are suggesting here integrated service management system. So these are the things which you can be used, deployed, and we can work together to extract the again to not waste the money which has been invested. We have invested lots of money into the smart city infrastructure for last couple of years, and we wish that all that value is extracted, delivered to every citizen. And with this I want to rest my position here. Thank you.
थैंक यू सौरभ जी। ऑडियंस के लिए अगेन सवाल है, ड्रोन के लिए बताइए, व्हाट आर द यूज केसेस कमिंग टू योर माइंड इन योर लाइफ टू सिंप्लीफाई, टू मेक इट बेटर, टू मेक इट स्मार्टर? ड्रोन किस काम में आना चाहिए? प्लीज सबसे पहले आपसे पूछा जाएगा, बिकॉज आप ऑर्गेनाइजर हैं, आपका रिस्पॉन्स। डिलीवरी ऑफ मेडिसिन, यहाँ पे टाइम सेंसिटिविटी बहुत हाई है, वी शुड वर्क.
So medicine, because there are few, some of the places there are old people who are 70 plus, they don't have kids in US and UK. Those places we should be able to deliver the medicine, especially the sugar, because suddenly they see मेरे पास medicine नहीं है, and by the time the sugar goes down. So drone should be used as much as for the medicine.
मेडिसिन डिलीवरी. और बताइए, give a chance to ladies also. और घर में बहुत सुनने में मिलता, बाहर में मिलता. Yes.
I think he's answered it already. I think medicine, critical aid, that's what comes to mind. Surveillance, of course. And I think air in terrains where it's difficult to reach otherwise. So could be even deliveries like Blinkit or Tanzola using
Blinkit through drones. The last mile delivery is through drones. So that includes medicines and other stuff also. What else? May I request the ladies in the audience, please?
Hi. So drone cameras can be used in rescue operations, like our eyes can't reach everywhere, so we can use camera with drones for rescue operations.
This side. No more ideas on the growth?
During floods? Yeah, drones may be used for ground planning, mapping, surveys also.
Landscape, mapping, planning, short term goal बताइए छोटे छोटे. This side. हमारा मोबाइल फोन भी बिजी हो गया अभी, माइक्रोफोन नहीं मिल रहा. 2 minutes more and then we'll start with the next speaker.
Drones can be easily used for agricultural industry where the fertilizers can be spread across the field. And
these are one of the biggest use cases today to for the aerial spray of the insecticide or the fertilizers. This is becoming really, really cost effective, and I see this probably in the rural area is going to be a big game changer. What else?
Drones can be used for to reduce crime rates. Like countries to reduce the gun intelligence services can be pushed to get aware.
For the combat operations. because आपको इंसान भेजना मुश्किल है, challenging situation है. Then these drones and cameras put together will help you in having a right time tactical move.
Yes, sir. Drones can be used Wi-Fi under PMRC.
मैं बोलने वाला था यहाँ पे यार वाईफाई इतना मतलब जीरो है और 3G 4G भी जीरो है और चलिए भी रेंज ज़्यादा है ड्रोन और हमने जियो एयरटेल और BSNL सब ट्राई हो गया तो आपको एक ड्रोन पावर्ड जो है वाईफाई लगाना चाहिए. अब PM Fine. So we will conclude this thought-provoking 2-minute session that we had. Thank you so much. And let me introduce the next speaker, which is Mr. Sarvesh Mishra. He is an industry veteran with 25 years of experience in networking, telecommunication, diverse experience in key domains including sales, marketing, business development, product management, and so many other things. So he is a Bachelor of Engineering in Electronics and UNI of Formula.
Thank you, Vivek sir, for leading us through this discussion, and a big thank to Bharat Exhibition for having this great exhibition around.
Exhibition area, please can you please take your seats? I have been coming and requesting all of you, please don't speak so much. Please, with folded hands. So much of voice coming, please.
Okay, so to start with, good afternoon everyone. I'm Sarvesh from Convex Networks Private Limited. We are into structured cabling solution and we manufacture most of the thing here in India only. So it's a kind of make in India company. Around 70% of our offer is coming from structured cabling. So here I'm here to speak on the cabling part of the networking part of the safe city and smart city. So we'll just take you through that. So as we understand, there are majorly 4 attributes to a city to be smart. First, of course, is surveillance and monitoring. Second is your connected apps, like various apps which are available, Aadhaar and you name it, there are so many of them. Third is, of course, the dialogue between people and media and the governance. So that is through media and people engagement. And fourth is, of course, your security that will take part in that. Now, from there, if we look at it, these all are diverging onto data center, where all the data which is accumulated from these kind of attributes are getting into data centers. And we in the cabling industry, or the people who are from structured cablings, actually play the role of the data riders. Like you see the role of people who are playing for Zomatos, there are riders who are taking, your stuff from one place to your endpoint. We do the same thing for data. We ensure that the data from your various touch points, your cameras, your sensors, your other devices are getting into the data centers and vice versa, going from that data center to the touch points. So that is done through the cabling. Now cabling, if we speak about primarily, we are talking about major part is connectivity where the distances are large or long, that is connected through fiber cables. The second part which plays the role in this is your Ethernet cabling, which is your copper cabling as well. And then the third part which is there is power over Ethernet, which actually ensure that the power is also conducted through the data cables. Now, of course, fiber optics, the cabling part in the fiber optics, it is used for distances which is more than 100 meters. You use them to convey the data from one place to another, from your cameras to data centers, monitoring and stuff like that. Then comes your Ethernet cablings, which is mostly used in the data centers, wherein the copper cabling is used for high-speed data between the servers and from servers to the switches. The third part is power over Ethernet. As I told you, this is for running the data on the power on the Ethernet, running the power on the Ethernet, so that where the locations where you cannot supply powers or cannot have a separate source, you can use the Ethernet cable as well. Other points, if you look at it here in the cabling solutions, is not only about having the product. The most important point is having a complete cabling infrastructure which is managed well. You have a good cabling management, and also you have proper redundancy plant. And apart from the redundancy, another major important aspect is the scalability of the network. As everybody was sharing that new and new applications are coming, new and new services are getting delivered, more number of people becoming part of the smart city. So there you need the scalability also very much important. And that's where when the cabling is planned for a smart city, it is important to look or assess the scalability requirements, the redundancy requirements, and along with that, the integration requirement of that, how you integrate the complete solution for a smart city. So it's a kind of large scale thing which needs large scale planning, and also the deliverables have to be timed accordingly. Another important aspect over here is when you're doing all this kind of planning, whether the network solution provider, the one who is providing the cabling solution for you, is having those kind of high density installation, panels where you can have more and more number of fiber points getting terminated, whether it's having good quality of the copper cables which can take and withstand high data speed requirements. So those things has to be actually planned together to deliver the whole solution. Now when we talk about Comrex, as I told you, Comrex is into structured cabling solution. We have offers for fiber, for copper, we have offers for data center, and as well as for enclosures. Now in the copper solution, we have your Cat6, Cat6A solutions, indoor and outdoor copper cabling solutions. And the fiber, again, we have your single mode, multi-mode. Single mode we have OS2, because OS1 is more or less kind of gone by. So we are having OS2. In the multi-mode we have OM2, OM3, OM4, and the basic part of the fiber connectivity is, of course, you can have cables. The connectivity, the terminations point of the fiber cable, which is your various kinds of LIUs which can have high density terminations possible, we have those as well. In the data center part of it, we have your 10 gig, 40 gig solutions available, MPO cables, MPO trunks, which are connecting your various data center points between the servers and the switches and servers and the servers. So we have those kind of solution as well with us. In the enclosures, we have networking racks. Now in the networking racks, we have your floor standing and also as the cabinet racks over there. And these racks are primarily for the support of the networks, which is required for the data centers. Now, what makes it different? Then we have so many other people who are providing these kind of products and all. If you look into our copper solution, apart from taking it talking about the Cat6 and Cat6A solution, we add on to that the value proposition which we bring in the copper solution is that our copper cables, we are scaling from 0.55 gauge copper cable, which is again 23 AWG only. 23 AWG has a band of 0.55 to 0.57. We have cables which are having 0.55 as well as 0.57 gauges. So why these gauges are important? Because you have more copper, then the noises will be less, your data capability, data carrying capability will be very high, and the commitment which you give to any customer through these cables, that of course it will be performing and having 3 dB or 6 dB or 7 dB kind of gain, that stands committed through these kind of quality features which are available. Again, on the connector side of the copper, we talk about that. On the connector side also, we have 50 micron gold plated connectors. In the industry, you will see that that is the upper notch anybody will be trying to touch upon. We are starting from there. All our connectors in the patch cords and in the copper RJ45 connector as well as information outlets, all of them are 50 micron gold plated connectors. So that is used because of course you want to have less noise in the network and you want to have a quality data throughput. That's what we provide for. In the fiber, as I told you, we have single mode as well as multi-mode, indoor as well as outdoor solution. In the outdoor solutions, all our fiber cables, we are talking about FRP rod over there. We are not delivering any kind of metallic rod through them, so that there are certain other risks which comes by if you add those metallic rods. Or our fiber cables are through FRP rods. So that is there. And in the data center solutions, we are talking about very high density. We are taking from 144 to 566 kind of port connectivity over here through single panel. And also the module based kind of connectivity is there in this. That is to support various kind of data center requirements, wherein the density, port density is the key aspect of having over there. And also if you look at our LIUs, they are 100% drawable LIUs. You can draw them totally out. So that helps you to do a lot of maintenance and scalability job without much of the hindrance. So that kind of quality we are bringing to the table when we are doing these kind of structured cabling solutions. In the enclosures, we are having all your 800 by 1000 as well as other kind of racks and pod stand racks as well. So these are only for the network support we have. Another thing, if you look at Another thing, if you look at, we are ensuring that all our partners, we have pan-India presence. We have, more than 100 partners supporting us only for the deliverables. Then we have integrated partners across India. All these partners are trained and are certified and are ensured to provide you a performance certifications on the warranties for lifetime. We are not talking about 20 years or 25 years. For lifetime you will be getting your performance delivered on the network which you will be doing. So that is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much for having me over here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarvesh, for introducing all of us to the world of cabling, copper or fiber. I hope you are benefited with the information that we shared. Our next speaker is Mr. Ganesh Gaur. He is a cyber expert, he is expert on artificial intelligence, he is expert on robotics, data science, and you may have read his articles which appear regularly in journals and dailies like Economic Times, Financial Express, Business Standard and other daily newspapers. So he is very deep into technology. And we'll love to hear from the youngest speaker in today's panel. And AI is certainly going to play a very, very big role in our lives in the future. आपके बगल में रियल इंसान है कि AI वाला इंसान है, आने वाले समय में आपको डिस्टिंग्विश करना मुश्किल हो सकता है. आपको छू के देखने से भी मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा कि ये असली है कि AI के लिए. That is where I see movies today, and what movies show you today generally become the reality after 10 years or so. So let's welcome our next speaker and the last speaker for this particular session, Mr. Ganesh Gaur.
Thank you so much, Sudiba, really appreciate. So I'm going to be the key person between you and lunch, so I'll try and keep you awake and not, away for a very long time from the food. So my presentation today is focused on how artificial intelligence, Internet of Things is going to change the way we are looking at seeing smart cities. I have been a consultant at multiple smart city projects in this country, and one of the key things that I've seen is that the way they were designed and when they were executed, there was a lot of difference. The smart city projects have actually become more of smart city zones than the entire city being turned into a smart model. And a lot of times when we have started redesigning smart cities into smart setups, a lot of issues came out, particularly because of lack of planning. I was in one of the cities in Rajasthan, and there was a smart city project which was starting. I saw the entire water supply had gone for a toss. So when we are talking about doing smart cities, I think one of the key components is going to be IoT, because sensors are going to play a very, very important role where you're fetching the data from, right? We've seen that AI is coming in big use right now. So before we even move to AI, the basics have to be sorted for building IoT. And I think some of my colleagues here have spoken about aspects where they could support. But planning plays a very, very important role. In a smart city, the biggest role is of an architect and the engineers, because unless they don't design and monitor, it becomes really difficult to implement, because on the PPT it looks like, wow, fantastic, but on ground things change drastically. So Internet of Things is going to change the way we are doing work. Unfortunately, in our country, a lot of IoT gets imported from China, which is one of the key issues. And we have seen that some of the government agencies have decided to today move towards indigenous manufacturing of IoT devices, or move to other countries like Taiwan or from the US. So secure IoT is going to be a very, very important aspect as we move forward. So IoT is going to change the way we are looking at communicating today. Right, so this was the Kevin Ashton who spoke about IoT, that he said that IoT is going to empower everybody. Today we are using a lot of devices. Anyone can give me any application of any device that you are using for IoT? किसी के पास कोई device है which को आप relate कर पाते हैं कि हाँ वो IoT के लिए use हो रहा है? Anyone in this room? Right, I know everyone is wearing a smart band, but smart band के अलावा anyone in the room who is using IoT device? Anyone? Wow, there's nobody who's actually raised hands. Yes sir. Carpet cleaning. Oh wow, that's a nice use case. Sir, you also spoke. Sir. Can we get a mic for one of the audience? Anyone else who's using an IoT device? Yes sir. Smart lighting. So sir, आप smart lighting use कर रहे हैं अभी? You're using smart lighting. Okay, so we've got a use case for smart lighting. We've got a use case which is there for carpet cleaning. Anyone else? Yeah, smart. Are you actually using it? You're using it. Okay, so we've got 3 use cases for Internet of Things. Anyone else? Pankaj sir, आप use कर रहे हैं?
We are using it for smart buildings.
Smart buildings.
Also process automation in industry 4.0.
Industry, fantastic sir. Thank you so much. So we've got 5 use cases on Internet of Things. Yes sir.
Using my refrigerator and AC for Internet of Things, Wi-Fi ready, I can switch on and switch off from anywhere.
That's amazing sir. I think you deserve a round of applause for it. That's really nice, because a lot of people have said that they are using it, but I've seen a lot of people fail. If you're able to do that, that's phenomenal.
I'm changing the temperature of my fridge depending upon the weather outside, switching from anywhere.
Okay.
Before I reach my home, my AC is already on for the room is cool.
Okay, that's really nice. Huh? I wish we have more people like you. So we've got at least 6 use cases. Anyone else who believes Internet of Things is being used by him or her? और कोई use case आपको? Yes sir.
solar implementation, and we are using the sun breaker as well as the IV curve pressure, which are for fully automating the this solar power generation system.
Okay, so for solar power plant, you are using IoT based sensors, right?
proof which I showed you, thank you. Which was proof I showed you, and I will also talk about how to safeguard it. So where we are. This is where we collect all the data, right? Everything collects data. If it is not protected, it's like having a house with 20 doors and 20 windows and never putting a door lock on that. So if you are putting a digital transformation and you are a part of that journey from CCTV to access control to EV charging stations, believe me, security has to be inbuilt in the design, what we call is secure by design. So we technically term Internet of Things as Internet of Threats. And I'm sure that you will agree with me after this presentation that people say that we are air-gapped. No. The largest cyber attacks in the world, from Stuxnet to Black Rain, has happened on air-gapped networks. Because when we put devices, we think that putting a perimeter security is enough. No, that's not enough. We have to individually go inside the devices, see that if device is a CCTV camera, it should only have 2 streams, one for the data center, one for viewing, not 20 streams. It should not have a DNS and FTP and other protocols running on that, so that this becomes a window for any number of cyber attack that attacker can't play. So that's where we are, and this is some of the facts which again telling you. We heard about this grid attack that was through a BOA software that was used by a lot of grids, even though government neither denied nor confirmed, but from the open source intelligence you can figure it out what went wrong. So there is a blackout warfare possible, a telecom warfare that is possible, a smart city completely shutting down all the kind of promises that it does to its city possible today because everything is connected. What we come into picture is very simple. When this is something on Russia-European war, Ukraine war. The important thing here is Viasat. It was a satellite which was hacked by Russians using the satellite modem, the one that you use in your home for Tata Sky or something like that. So what I'm telling you today in the cyber warfare, era of cyber warfare, there's a fusion. The civil and the military targets have merged together. So as a citizen, as a person living in a smart society or smart city or whatever, each of us have the responsibility to be aware of it and take the right measures to correct it out. Simple thing, same thing, what we are trying to show you, that if you live in a house, you see how many risks that you have. Not to scare you, but to make you aware that when you are a part of decision making, and especially for the decision makers, it's very important that you factor security day zero, not as an afterthought. Because afterthought is only rippling us up. We have been to many organizations which I showed in previous, which have been attacked by ransomware, and some almost escaped a big cyber physical attack. That could have been disastrous, loss of life also. It is important that always remember a lot can happen over a vulnerable device. So when you put a device or digital transformation roadmap, please put security on the top of that. Very simple. This is like, I'm not going to that. Lot is happening today. CERTIN released the first, this is the advisory release by CERTIN on CCTV cameras. We were very instrumental in telling them that how many cyber vulnerable CCTV cameras exist in this country and what to do about it. So government is doing our bit. But idea is that we as a citizen today are not aloof from that decision making or being an actor or a victim of that. So when we take some decisions, we have to factor all this together. In summary, what we say is 50 million devices need a security posture. From CCTV camera to connected cars, GNSS preview, attackers can exploit any of it. I showed you. I can find any device you tell me, I can find you in 5 minutes and tell you why it can be attacked. Last but not least, remember that audit, amend and secure. So just to give you what we do as a cybersecurity company, Redilent, we developed India's first IoT threat detection platform. It is used by a couple of organizations in this country. This is a pure Make in India software. Helps organizations to know the cyber threat of their IoT devices. So when they go for their digital transformation journey, they are safe, secure, and we all as a society are safe. Thank you, and hope you have a safe digital journey.
Thank you, Divyanshuji. Secure by design or security by design. Let's hold on that question about security, but let's begin the panel discussions. To begin with, I think Divyanshu is done, so I'll go to the next panelist. The first and foremost question is, we all know about it, where we stand on policy, where we stand on smart cities rollout point of view, where we stand in terms of standards. So the first and foremost question is, tell us brief about your organizations and how your organization's portfolio is contributing towards the topic of this panel discussions, which is safe, secure, and even resilient. So just briefly talk about it, how your company portfolio is contributing towards ensuring the theme of this particular panel discussions. To begin with you, please. No, you.
So, thank you everyone and thank you Sati, Dinesh for hosting us in this podium. First of all, the thing is, today is a very big day for us, for India. Chandrayaan and CHESS both are on the stage. So good luck to India, and we wish that we get some good news on these both the fields. Being starting with my organization, Alcatel Lucent is a 100-year-old organization working in the field of telecommunication, network, communication, and cyber security. So we believe in simple concept of zero touch and zero trust. So zero touch means whatever we deploy has to be without any human intervention. It is to be automated. It is to be autonomous network. It is not like someone just coming up and doing the R&Ds and we get a lot of time just doing the installations and then a lot of time wasting doing the maintenance of it and getting the information, the trainings of how to use that particular thing. So Alcatel being very prominent in communications, we are the ones who introduced the era of telephony and moved to the digital, and now we are in IT and support. And that is why we believe in getting everything on board, so that the logo or the motto of the company is also where everything connects. So we believe all the devices which are there in the world should be connected over IP to the network, so that we can correlate the information, correlate the analytics and derive business processes which can help human life, human beings. Technology is not only about getting something very unique or getting something very traditional or very smart or very encouraging. It is all towards like how simple it is, how easy it is to use. Maybe I am having a very big platform for some particular networking, which is having 12 sort of chassis, 7 sort of chassis with so many ports of 100G, 200G, 400G, 50G, depending on the requirements. In IoT, I can give you all those type of PLC connectors, MQTT, SIP, and other interfaces which are required for the connectivity. But if they do not talk to each other, if we do not take it on a single platform, that is not going to be helpful. So we need to have some solutions which understand each other. We need to have correlation with the solutions and how it is making the life easier, how it is impacting on a human life. Maybe everyone is talking about smart city. So smart city is different for an 18-year-old person to a 16-year-old person. Maybe public Wi-Fi is a fascinating thing for a 16-year-old, 25-year-old guy. But the smart parking, the smart solid waste management, the tracking, track path, emergency call response systems, healthcare solutions, healthcare e-health systems, may be more relevant for aged guys, 60 plus guys, 70 plus guys, these things. And it is all about how you are going to monitor the things, how you are going to manage the things, and how you are going to create something new with that particular data. So it is more towards like this, and Alcatel believes in bettering the life of humans, bettering the life of technologies. That is why we don't have, we used to have a perception of a geek kind of we don't have any proprietary things available with us. It is all open source. Even our UC platform like Team Rooms, we have Rainbow, and that is also a very open platform, and we share all the APIs and the SDKs of those platforms in a communication platform as a service compactor as well. So we believe that anything which is coming on board needs to be verified, needs to be validated, and if the IoT device, if the device is not relevant for the network, it is to be quarantined or contained. So cybersecurity solutions, as you guys said, are very prominent solutions what we need to have. But the backbone infra which is being used, like switches, like Wi-Fi, like other devices which are coming onto the board, that also needs to be secured because it is a patch between the network. So the OS has to be hardened. You know, all those encryption policies which are there available in the market latest has to be there. So then only this zero trust network architecture is going to be facilitated to the users. And zero trust network architecture means whatever is coming needs to be validated. So validation is the key thing. Giving access is very easy, but giving right access is a challenge, and we try to solve those problems. So that is why Alcatel is very prominent in these things. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pandey. Thank you. Please make a note of it. He talked about open source. He talked about validation, so entire ecosystem, when you see it from an infrastructure point of view, need to be secure as well, and zero touch and zero trust. Okay, and you started with IoT and secure by design principles. So let's move to our next panelist, Mr. Tiwari, who represents Norton. So maybe you could share how you are contributing towards safe, secure, and smart cities perspective, your company portfolio.
We Norton mainly basically is providing that CCTV camera surveillance product. Plus we have that LAN connectivity products, and we have that public addressing system. All those products actually used in the smart city for collecting first level of the data. Okay. The camera is like for the ITMS, it's used for that ANPR system for the recognition of number plates, RLUD, speed violation, and even the general services for the police purpose. And we have that PA system which is used for the announcement or evacuation kind of scenarios. In our product, we ensure that what all the quality standards or security measures we have already carried forward, because we are collecting information first hand from the field and passing that information to others. So whatever the information we are passing from receiving that information passing to other systems, that all is encrypted and secure network.
Okay.
And we do follow all that global standardization which is available. We have the certifications also, and we are continuously involving in the process of checking that vulnerabilities of the firmware which we have. We have the certain certified products also. Plus, we are actually working on the indigenous certification also, which will ensure that the security will be actually from the UK-based company, people saying now making India list, which laws are introduced by the BIS, so you are complying or not. So we are working on that part, and we are doing that. That's also one of the important factors, because whatever that the smart city till now, like when the smart cities happen, I feel that only 70% work is completed out of that. First level of work is only completed. Now there are individual systems are working. We need to integrate those and make the use of that data on real-time basis with the help of IEEE. So in that scenario, definitely security and the trust is very important. From where data is coming and where it is going. Like Mr. Divyanshu said, there is always leak in the system.
Correct.
Everybody is claiming. Myself as a product vendor, I am claiming my product is 100% security. There is no leakage. Same way, Alcatel also been claiming that their product is 100% secure, not leakage. So where actually the leakage is coming? There is something on the network which is not certified or which is not follow the standards. So we need to identify. That's why we need to work all the stakeholders in the ecosystem where we can verify that we are into the common platform and ensuring that product should be secure and reliable. It is not passing that data which is not
secure platform.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tiwari, for highlighting that your product's portfolio is globally standardized and complied with, and you are ready to comply with Indian certification, because security, even if it is built by design, it's always a starting point, and I think certain announcement was highlighted. I'll move to the next panelist. I'll come back with a cross question in my next session. Let's move to Mr. Pandey. So same question. It's about your company, your portfolio, and how it is contributing towards the safe, secure, and smart city rollout in India.
Thank you, Dinesh. Downside, I thank the organizers for having me on this show. Before I start, a standard disclaimer: whatever I am going to do here are personal, do not reflect upon the organization in any manner, either present or previous organization. standards and the way forward provided by various agencies which can be adopted in the sector, transformation sector. When I say dedicated freight corridor or for that matter, really, autonomous movement is something which is probably the best case utilization comes in this year because we have a RWM of our own and a fixed line track occupancy is defined. So best, safest case of adoption for autonomous is one. Smart services to passengers as well as people who are taking our services is something which is the second part. But I will use this forum today and amidst all the stalwarts who provide solutions and standards to highlight what challenges a user faces, especially given that all are compliance to be designed. So we keep talking of security by design, we keep talking of everything, but when it comes to delivery, we actually deliver piecemeal. So again, one from Parikshit who said 70% of the smart city is done. I'm sorry.
No.
I apologize for again repeating you. I'm sorry. Every isolated compartment of the government entity was entrusted with doing some kind of task. कुछ तो करो. उसने कुछ किया. उसने क्या किया? He went to SI. Give me a solution. I want to do something smart. That SI provided him a solution. Was security a consideration? Was the user aware that security has to be a consideration? SI had to back-end channel partners. Which set of volume partners, product which करते हैं आगे जाके how business works. Security by design in India, and I have after 25 years in the same system and in the system of security. So a lot of things needs to be done at the highest regulatory level and enforcement. Certainly comes with advisories. You are looking at security to advisories. There has to be enforcement, there has to be accountability, there has to be penalization. First act that I have seen which talks of data protection and talks of penalty. Otherwise there is no other all advisories. So I will respond to this.
No, I completely agree. As far as smart city rollout is concerned, it was in silos. Thank you very much. It is in silos and 70% is not done, but again, if you see the financial situations, even center was giving the fund, municipality had no fund, this is I have a pole, I have a land, please bring something. So some solutions got implemented with the lighting or small solutions in a vertical, but in silos. They were not built on standardized platform. And I completely agree. When you talk about security, again, CERT does issue advisories. At TEC, we have been working with the Telecommunication Engineering Center for mandatory testing and certifications, MTCT scheme. But again, a lot need to be done. Security will always be a starting point. You know, you fix one particular trouble, then there is a second trouble waiting for you. And that's why the role of CERT is to issue advisories, but we have to be proactive to address and implement those solutions. And your presentation did talk about it. Let's go to our expert in standardization who has been in this field for many years. He's a designer and we have been working together on many aspects of it. So you touch upon where we are in terms of smart city rollout, the challenges and what government has done and what is not done, which should be done now onwards or should be seen as part of your implementation of smart city solutions, any verticals, whether it is security or something, okay?
So,
sure.
I think I'll not comment on what should have been done or what is not done. That's a tricky part, a delicate part, so it's better not to. But just to give you background, I am a design engineer running an independent design house since '81. And as a design engineer, my job, my work, my passion has been to solve the problems in the field. I have done sponsored R&D, but over a period of time when I started doing from products to system to complex solution design, one of the gap areas that I saw was the standardization. When we talk about this convergence of different siloed ecosystems, whether you call it today smart grid, smart home, smart building, and now we talk about smart city, the amalgamation of all individual siloed paradigms, about 15 years back I saw seeing convergence in these ecosystems. Okay, and what I realized that we need to share data seamlessly from one ecosystem to another. And that's where I started understanding the importance of standards. And the interesting part was that there are so standards and standards, so many standards. There's so many, but still there are a lot of gap because there are a lot of standards are overlapping, conflicting standards, and for convergence, sharing data seamlessly was a problem. So I had two choices: either sit as a big designer on the periphery and start criticizing bad standards, or look at this conundrum, newly evolved conundrum in standardization ecosystem as another complex design problem and try to do something. I chose the other, and in 2012 full-time I jumped into standardization. And my focus has been to bring harmonization in these siloed ecosystem standards, and basically you can call it system level standardization. And I think we heard all these problems, and they are basically have arisen and they are still existing because every ecosystem works in silos. And I think smart city is the best example of system level standardization. Why? Because we have smart city is a system of systems, or even you can call it ecosystem of ecosystem. Because each smart grid, we have electricity utility, each utility is working, there are a lot of citizen services running. They all have been designed in the siloed technologies and siloed things. While they are similar, they are using ICT in the similar manner. While they have different protocols, different data models for similar things in different siloed ecosystems. So that's where what we started doing in BIS, we set up a committee called Smart Infrastructure way back in 2015, and we started looking at it a little different. Because see, in developed nations, Europe, US and all that, when they started talking smart cities, they realized that their utilities are already smart. They had a lot of data, of course proprietary formats, but they had a lot of data. What they had to do was just put a digital platform on top of it, collect data from all the utilities, write some interworking proxies, add a unified dashboard, add a few citizen services, the cities were smart. In India, at that time, our utilities were not smart, so we had a opportunity to leapfrog. So we came up with a concept or a framework, we call it unified digital infrastructure. That in a city, why should I have siloed ICT ecosystem or say infrastructure? Why can't I have one common unified digital infrastructure, which all the civic agencies, whether they are utilities or civic service provider, they can leverage it. And this particular reference architecture that we developed, and it was released in, I think, 2020, ultimately published, and the National Smart City Mission has been working closely with this from very beginning, was that now it needed layer by layer standards. We had the reference architecture, we had the framework in place, but somehow layer by layer standardization, because the interoperability, seamlessness of data sharing, information sharing cannot come unless we have standards of interoperability and seamlessness of data sharing, information sharing across ecosystem by layer in the whole architecture, right from devices to the communication, to the gateways, to the different platforms on the cloud or servers, whatever you like to, or to the application apps or GUIs or front end that you'd like to call that. And then when you have unified digital infrastructure and it's a well architected unified digital, it's much easier to make it cyber secure, cyber resilient also. So that was the premise which we have started doing. Some work is already done. We have got some very interesting global standards. So what we did not want to create our own siloed new proprietary my shade of green standards. We looked at all the global open standards, okay, and picked up the best of them and put them in the layer, and we came up with our recipe of the standards at different layers trying to make it a national standards at the purpose is very simple. Any vendor deploys a solution in a particular city, he should be able to offer it the same solution and seamlessly plug and play in all other smart city solutions in a seamless manner. And today we are talking 100, but let me tell you, we have 4,500 plus urban local bodies who are waiting to learn from these pilots. I think I can go on, but there's a lot to learn. Something has been done, lot to walk in, but we need to walk together now. We have walked alone in silos. It's time to converge, work together, and system level standardization is the key. When we talk about intelligent transportation system, it's again a system of system. We can go by later on, but I think let me stop here.
Okay, thank you. Before I touch upon the next question, which will be around security, but then also data privacy, let's ask our audience. If you have any questions from any of our panelists, let's have audience engagement. Any question from our panelist? Anything? Yeah, okay. So let's have 3 questions before we go to the next question. Next question which I will ask. Yes, please.
Hello,
Introduce, introduce yourself, and then if you know your question should go to which panelist, you can say it, otherwise just leave it generic.
My question to you, Mr. Dinesh.
Yeah.
My question is, there are a lot of standardization we are talking about, like ITU, PGP, etc., etc. So the integration is really a challenge. So we are coming up with the 6G standards in India now. So how this integration part is happening in India? How we are adopting those standards to Indian consent? So in terms of integration of all those standards, so how we are at which level we can say? So if you can enlighten on that part, I will be great to.
Okay.
Thank you.
So very valid question. Let me begin with the 6G, which you talked about. There is an organization, it's a partnership project called 3GPP, Third Generation Partnership Project, which is a project of partners, okay? All these 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G have been developed by 3GPP. Now, as I said, it's a partnership project. It brings the standard development organization of around the world and their members to come together, work together and develop these specifications together. And that's how we fixed the interoperability piece of it. So even 6G, when it will be introduced in India or around the world, or when it will be developed, right now it is at the stage of research right now, academia and research, but whenever it will be standardized, it will be a global standard. So effectively, you have a regional standards organization, you have a local standards organizations, national standards organizations. To bring them together on the global platform, we have ISO, which is non-ICT sectors, we have IEC, which is electrotechnical sectors, we have ITU, which does not develop these standards for specification for 6G and all, but they build the roadmap, okay? And all these standards which are developed in 3GPP, they get licensed and recorded in the ITU deliverables. So this ISO, IEC, ITU are global standards organizations. 3GPP build the specification for world around 5G, 6G. Now let's come to the IoT. Even IoT, we had a similar issue that there was a lot of fragmentation, proprietary solution. That's how innovation happens. If I'm a startup, I will develop something and I will implement it. It need not be standardized, but the time comes when you need to standardize it. So similar to 3GPP, there is another partnership project called 1M2M. Okay? Now 1M2M partnership project, the target was again to bring IoT stakeholders together, let's harmonize and at least build a platform, the common service platform, and that's what I showed in my presentation also. To answer your questions, all these national, regional standards organizations, they work together at a global platform like ISO, IEC, ITU, and 3GPP and 1M2M to make sure that one standard is applicable for all. Now the second situation comes, sometime you have an India specific requirement, okay? I have India specific solutions, I want solution for that. Even that you can get it recorded in the specifications, but you have to participate and contribute towards it. So this is how we take care of that.
So I think, can I add? I think your question was how do we integrate? Now the integration of different global standards. So global standards, different standards correspond to different aspect of a technology or an implementation or a solution or whatever. Now when we are doing like smart city architecture, which I mentioned about, now we can pick and choose for which we develop the deployment models, deployment architecture model. So where at each layer we see what is the problem statement that we are trying to solve and which are the corresponding global open standard available. We can pick and choose and nominate that, put that there and see that they work seamlessly with other standards on the same layer or in the upper lower layers. Can there's seamlessness between them, and then we pick and choose and create a recipe of the standard. So there's always in architecture and the infrastructure there's n number of standards. There's only not one standard at any given time.
Yeah, thank you. Two more questions, please. Yeah.
From the standardization point of view, similar to this question, can we declare whether any city of India is having the same city parameter of these global standards, so that anyone can choose and live in that city? This city is having these many standards, either global standard.
Good question. Good question. Let's ask our panelist. Who would like to answer?
Set the standards and leave it to the state governments. Let the government reach to
along those standards and allow the Indians.
Understood. We will strengthen this. We have what you're asking. So let's start with.
We let far too many things to be done by government. We have very high expectations from government, and which is a natural corollary to offloading my own responsibility. If I can't do it, let government do it. Now, coming to the answer specific, when I was growing up, Delhi was a very safe the city to be. Globally, London, would you want to go there today? These are dynamic things which keep changing. As soon as you brand something good, people, they causes gravitational pull towards it. And that good translates to bad. So these are things which are dynamic, which you will never be able to standardize. You have to keep evolving with time. That is my take on it.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Please. Devanshu.
So again I told you, standardization is simple. If I have to tell security side, it's very basic. Confidentiality, integrity and accessibility. When I see things, devices, believe me, the common denominator of security is same. Where it becomes complex, you when you start putting layers after layers after layer. Say, I was talking to one very senior security expert. He told me that how do you capture drones? To valid question. Till date you tell me capture drones, I can't. But if you tell me it's a 2.4 gigahertz another device, I can do it in 10 minutes. So any decision you take in standardization, if you bring it down to bare basics, standardization will happen. The problem happens when you start making it complex. Device after device after device, layer after layer after layer. So dividing the system, see from a simple eye, user's perspective, see what he or she needs or society needs, build a standard on top of that. And just talking to the Europe, believe me, the whole Chinese hacking system developed hacking Europe. We are much better than them. Yes,
no, no, I completely agree with both our panelists. Just to add on top of it, I mean, you cannot ensure that any solution is safe, any product is safe. Forget about city. I mean, you're talking about a safe city. As he said, more and more solutions you're digitizing it, more and more data you're opening up, more and more threat potential is increased. That's why it's not a one-time testing. It's not that, even government does a trusted source. Now we know there is a trusted source. He has supplied it. But what is the guarantee that tomorrow I implement it in my network? What is the guarantee that it will not be hacked? It will be hacked. That's why you have to play proactively. Government can issue a policy. Government can issue mandatory testing. Once it is tested, put it in the network. Even tomorrow it could be hacked. So that's why it should be done in a proactive manner. Security will keep on evolving. But it doesn't mean that we will stop implementing these solutions. We need those solutions. We need to make our people smarter. I mean, today we ensure, there is a software announcement that upgrade your security. You should upgrade your security, whether it is issued by Windows or whether it is issued by a security solution provider. So that's how we take care of it. It's an ongoing process. It's not a one-time solution in which fits all. Next, one more question, please.
Thank you. Recently, Parliament has passed the
That's the next question I'm going to ask her. This is exactly, go ahead please. Let's start with you.
Digital Personal Data Protection Act.
Yeah, PDPD.
Which is supposed to replace or supplement the IT Act 2000. And the rules for the same are yet to be framed to get it implemented.
Correct.
And Europe has very strong
GDPR. Correct.
protection regulation. And so far India has been lacking, and as our regulation has been weak, and other big companies, IT companies are taking social media companies are taking advantage of that. So my question is that, and Supreme Court has said that 5 years back also that this data
It's a fundamental right. Fundamental right.
So, but on the one hand, we are looking for the institutional mechanisms, but at the same time, I feel that we are not addressing the individual. Like as an individual, I am also responsible, because as an individual, I am fronting my personal data. I am social media, because there is peer pressure, so I am giving making them viral because I have to show off or whatever for, competition or for peer pressure, we have to show off. So how do you, balance the two, market and everybody selling and marketing, we are overexposing their information explosion and there is pressure to, make things public and on the other hand there is, the issue of privacy. So how do you see this issue panning out in times to come?
Understood your question. Who would like to answer? I have the answer, but let's panelists ask. You want to start, please?
That's a very valid and right question. So it is all about how conscious we are. So, everyone in this generation uses social platforms or any of the, professional social platforms or personal social platforms. What needs to be shared, government can't guide you. Government can give you some regulations that these are the things needs to be debarred, these are the things needs to be restricted. But what needs to be shared, that your consciousness should be there on what to be given out and what not to be given out. So that is the first law of privacy. Privacy can be deferred from one person to another person. Maybe I can be extrovert enough to share some of my personal things, but you are not, or some of the people are not. So whenever there is a privacy bill comes up, it needs to have a standardization, as sir was saying. So what standard should it adapt? And in that manner, people should also be contributing in those bills like GDPR or DPDP. We have to have people participation as well instead of just a ruling coming up. So that's my view.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. So tell me one thing. Let me ask you a counter question. Whose privacy are you talking about? Your own? Am I right?
Yeah, individual
your
privacy.
own individual privacy?
Yeah, individual privacy.
Yeah. So who should be responsible? The government? Then, so I think that is the more simple question. Listen. No. No.
Absolutely, you're right. It's a very valid question.
Let me complete it. Now you have GDPR, which have put all the onus liability of any problem, any breach to the organization whose system, technology and all was there. Then there's on the counter side, we had US listing, where all the onus is on citizen himself. Now, whatever happened, but both are the same, but you know what happened, social media companies, they started updating their terms of privacy and all that. But what do we do? When we download an application, we are in a hurry to log in and start using it and we simply click the accept. Okay, so we are handing over all the right to our privacy. Who are we to blame? I fail to understand. You see, this is social consciousness on our own part that can only help us. Organizations will today, tomorrow, day after will be there to exploit your data, your information, everything. It is up to us. So we need to be responsible along with supporting governance, regulations, policies and all that. They cannot do too much. And if we expect everything from those government regulation policies and standards, there are frameworks.
Okay.
Okay, we can govern organizations, but ultimately we are allowing them to some way or other hack us and take our information.
I'll give you on top of it, he more explained from a user's point of view. If you read the bill, the strongest part is the consent management, okay? Consent management, which is the power government is giving to an individual, to a consumer. Once the law becomes effective, okay, with the rules and regulation in place, the personal data protection will have a consent management, which means a consumer, before today you just click yes, you download an application, yes, you are agreeing to everything because you are in a hurry, just go and want to use an application. But they are saying that consent management will become an integral part. The consumer has to give a consent. If I am collecting your data, 4 points or 10 points of your data, tomorrow that power should go back to you. You can remove that data from that particular organization if you wish to. Right to forget. You can change the validity of that period. So consent management is an integral part of this, both GDPR as well as Personal Data Protection Bill. But again, as he said, it's in your hand. You have to make sure that with whom you're giving. So there are a lot of discussions happening, like DigiLocker. There should be a wallet where you could have different applications. You can see that what data you have shared with different application provider. So you'll have the power. But then at the end of it, technology will be rolled out. Solution will be there. Social media will be there. You have to do it. So consent management will empower the citizen to make sure that privacy is in their hand. They have to decide with whom to be shared, how much to be shared, for how long it should be shared. Okay? So next, yeah.
I think
Sorry.
I'll
Yeah,
add
please.
a little bit to it. If you look at what government and regulators are supposed to do, their mandate is very clear. They have to do a balancing act. Balancing act between the interest of the citizen and the industry. So it is not an either or situation for them. So once you do a balancing act, you have to take both interests on board. Be it GDPR, be it the Personal Data Protection Act, both have got consent management. I am yet to see when I landed in Europe and I wanted to download an app which said, do you want to, it is always about agreeing. There is no option of disagreeing. If I disagree, can I access limited features of that portion, that subscription, that application? No, it is either or digital. Till the time you get into such kind of regime which permits this kind of management, this issue will remain. And I'll again take from Mr. Kishore where he said, privacy is yours to be managed. My friend's son, again born and brought up in UK, we were taking a selfie, he said, sorry, you haven't asked me. Class 6 guy. He said, sorry, you haven't asked me why you're taking a picture. And here I am taking pictures everywhere, loading everywhere. So it is more about cultural sensitization also as far as the individual part is concerned. Governments will always look at ecosystem. At the end of the day, it is all about GDP. So that has to be factored in.
Okay, so let me go back. We'll come back with the audience question. Second question is, in today's time, when secure by design principle is there, you have open source system. Are we prepared today about these ransomware, DDoS, cyber attacks? And if we are not prepared, what would you suggest that should be put in place? So this is to begin with our friend, Mr. Devanshu, please. Same question with all the panelists.
So, very valid question actually. So, I have been on the negotiation charter of 3 companies who have been hit by ransomware. For disclosure, I'm not taking their name. These all were 1,000 crore plus companies with every SOP you can think of written on the paper. When the ransomware hit them, they were audited 2 months back before that and given clean by one of the big fours, not taking name. The problem was, the hurry was to get certified, not to get audited properly, not to put checks and balances. Because it's a typical thing to think that it will never happen to me. What is happening is, the companies, organizations especially, were not put in the notice by the government, which has come in the new data protection bill, that if you are hit, you need to inform within 4 hours. Your penalty can go as high as 500 crore. And this you can be put on the notice by the government. If it has happened 2-3 times, your operations are closed. So, things are improving in that direction. But when it comes to now the second question which you asked, and that's where we started also, is security very costly? Right? If I am an MSME, my turnover is 10 crore, and you ask me to put a EDR and XDR which costs us 3 crore, I'll never do that. So what we need is that the way our digital transformation is taken up, we have to subsidize it. We have to democratize the innovation. So that if tomorrow a small company which supplies to a big company, which supplies to even bigger company, maybe which supplies to some very big company in the world, wants to get protected, the whole value chain gets protected. Today the cost of security protection is so high that most of the people want to bypass it. The second important thing is education. Till that we put digital security and digital risk from 4th grade, we will never have a generation, or we will never have the whole society which can be protected like that. what we call is the digital native generation that's happening, my daughter, my son, your son. These people are more protected. They ask questions because their life has been on digital. We have been adopting to digital, so we are unsafe. My own perspective, security has to be subsidized. I see it very strongly that in a country such as India, which is a largely growing development economy, security cannot be like rich man's play or rich organization's play. It has to be cost subsidized. Second, education. Education from 4th grade onwards, if you start putting that what is data, what is privacy, who took your data, games such as this, maybe after 5 to 7 years, we will be in a position when this generation becomes mainstream, we should be able to protect our ransomware. The third but lastly, which I saw, today, FBI can seize any website, right? They can go and then grab it. Our government, say certain or other organizations should have that power. If we have somewhere a website which is putting a lot of ransomware titled stuff, Government of India should have that power that, okay, I seized that website. FBI recently seized a website, right? And they did it outside US. So that, because impact is on us. A ransomware doesn't originate from India and then hit India. So we should have a right to strike back and clean it up. These are the three things we can think of.
Okay. We hold on for subsidies. We'll just come back on this. Anybody wants to further strengthen this question, please?
I go back to the favorite word, security by design. If you were to secure your house, where would you put the lock? It's a simple question.
Yeah.
Secure your house, where would you put the lock? On the main gate. On the main
gate.
On the main entrance of the door. You did not go and lock all subsequent rooms inside, all subsequent almirahs inside, all subsequent smallest pieces inside. Where the synchronization medium? Synchronization, harmonization of effort. You know your interest express points. Why leave it for IOCs to reach that individual elements in the startup? Why not devise a mechanism? I'm thinking totally out of the box, out of the box, because this is something that has become a pain point for person who understands his security will be security for more than 25 years. Why not synchronize and harmonize your efforts and bring it to the main door of India? You have all calls against the great Chinese firewall by all means, but if you on the main door, reducing the attack surface, reducing the amount of attack that is coming forward. Let's adopt that kind of approach where government does its bit. Second tier, maybe the second room, if you want to lock, let the states do their bit. But that way you will have a filtered threat coming down to industry which is trying to thrive and provide services or digital services in this country. Maybe a change in approach, maybe a change in thought process can enable it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sure. To add on. I think it's a very interesting point, but let me add on from a design engineer point of view. We are talking security, ransomware. Ransomware means he got into your system one way or the other, he hacked into it. What does it mean? There was a vulnerability in your system, am I right?
Yep.
And why do we leave vulnerabilities? Because we are not aware of all the vulnerabilities. My problem with any of the insecure system solution, infrastructures or product is very simple. We do not, first of all, spend 10 minutes or 1 hour, whatever is needed, to make a complete laundry list of security concerns in that product, system, solution, infrastructure. Unless we review the architecture, the diagram, the design, or the framework of that particular system and make a complete list of security concerns, we will never have any mitigation strategy. There will be always surface attack area open to someone or the other to hack in. If you're not been hacked, it's our good luck. Or maybe we don't know it because whatever he stole, it did not matter. But he did not block my working, so I do not know. But today ransomware has started blocking your day-to-day operation, you're freezing your funds, blocking you're stealing your data or blocking your data within your own system. So now we are getting more cautious about it. But I think the real key is have a collection understanding of the security concerns around each product, system, solution that you are designing and deploying, and then see how they can be mitigated and have a security by design then. But how do you design security if you do not know your vulnerabilities?
Just one more thing I would like to add. Till now, businesses were always focused about bottom lines. Security was a cost center. Nobody saw any revenue coming out of it till the time ransomware came.
Yeah.
Hit the bottom line, and hit the bottom line hard. That is why boardrooms are probably discussing security today. Otherwise, it was left to the CIO and CISO. कुछ करो, तुम busy रहो, मुझे तंग मत करो. So, just because it is hitting the bottom line, what has come to force? Otherwise, no.
Again, it was because of the limited digitalization, but yes, now it's a business case. It's a pure business case, so I don't think so the government will subsidize it. It's a pure business case. Security solution will also ride on top of your digital solution. Related question. Anybody has a pressing question to the audience related to this topic? No. I know, I'm not sure. There was a work in progress for many years about the national cyber security policy. We had a policy, but then it needed an update for many years and discussions are happening. But so far, I don't think so the national cyber security policy have been released, announced as a policy. So, yeah, okay.
4 documents have been developed internally. They are under review.
Yeah, not announced. But my question was, I had a related question. Do you think like this policy is needed, urgently needed, and it will help not only the OEMs but even the consumers? I was going back to the related question. You said OEMs could develop a solution, security solution provider could build it, but what about the end consumer? He's not very educated, he doesn't know about it. As very valid point that if we lock the door, that's a first filtering point. Then OEM built a solution, second filtering point. So it should not reach to the end consumer possibly. But if it reaches, do we need a skill enhancement also? Two related questions. So do we need some kind of security awareness to the end consumer who is a user of it by the OEM or by the government authorities? And this national cyber security, which has been work in progress for long, will it help overall taking care of these challenges which we see it when we talked about safe cities?
Yeah, so let me be the first to respond because I've been deeply involved in this and more interested in these policies being released. But for last 2 years, 3 years, 2020, because I think COVID got delayed. But then, what I've been advocating, it is not only policy that we need 2 documents, which was the National Cybersecurity Strategy first of all, which will cover right up to the citizen level or individual level to the OEMs and all the whole ecosystem and what the role. And then comes the policy, then comes regulation standard. I think we need a whole set of collaterals, okay, for different set of stakeholders, different aspects of cybersecurity is a complex domain today. It's a paradigm, it's not even a technology or a domain that you can restrict yourself. OEMs will have different role to play. Our different utilities or our infrastructure deployer, whether it is our TSPs, our electricity deployer, the distribution agents, companies, they have their own challenges. So we need different set of collaterals and whole set of them with proper guidelines. But then
implementation.
We have policies, we have standard, but we always fail
in implementation.
Yeah. The implementation,
Absolutely.
we'll have to walk the talk that we come up with the collaterals which is coming up in the next few months hopefully. That's what I'll stop.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
I have had the pleasure of serving with the people who are the present architect of the in-process National Cyber Security Policy, and some of them have been my mentors. The policy would have been out by now but for the Mumbai event that happened, where that, and rightly so, it was probably a good thing which happened that the focus went to OT. Why do you need a policy? I will take what the answer said. The big 4 auditing of bill, 1,000 crore work organization, all organization still hit by an attack. Policy is getting you that certification, and we are very fond of certifications and rankings globally. Last year with 2013 cyber security policy that we had, we were ranked 5th in the world and we were very gaga over it. And those of us who are in the industry and those of who are dealing with it, whether at personal level or at organizational level, know the truth that where do we stand. So we actually need to probably, and what do these policies at the end of the day enunciate? They come up with a redrafted version of a NIST guideline, of an ISO guideline, of an IC standard. we are not looking at things de novo, and policy is not an impediment for you to protect yourself. Please focus on protecting at organization level. Policy will improve your global rankings. That is all. Enablement is already there in your hand, and especially with the new cyber threats hitting your bottom line, you don't need a policy to protect your bottom line. Thank you.
Very importantly, I feel that there should be some benchmark need to be
Closer.
created.
Yeah, closer.
Benchmark need to be created for the cyber securities, so that everybody who's come into that ecosystem will follow that benchmark, so that will help to ensure that the product or that device plug into the system is secure enough.
My counter question on that is that, sorry,
Yeah,
please go ahead.
just I would like to add something. Like sir rightly said, it is to be at the main gateway, the main firewall has to be implemented, the main security solutions has to be implemented, and major of the telcos are having all those solutions which are required, be it DDoS, be it your encryption solutions or your firewalls, anti-APT, and all those solutions, WAF and all. The challenge is they charge for it. They charge for it as a managed security services offerings. So not everyone is having that leverage of having those security services on top of internet services. And that is where the lag is, and that is where Divyanshu's point is valid, that we need some subsidies to be placed so that they will opt for those security services, be it on cloud basis, be it on managed services basis.
No, I completely agree. That was my counter question, or rather my opinion, my personal opinion. Even if you will test these individual, like IoT is a strong, difficult business case. I mean, somebody is bringing a solution based on IoT where the ROI is so long, and on top of it you're asking, no, secure by design. No, you test your product there, you get the certification, you get the validation, then the whole business case dies down. Now, not only that, on top of it, it does not help. Because when this IoT solution gets integrated into a bigger network, it's back to zero. So that's what we always suggest and recommend, that don't load these SMEs or MSMEs for security. Find out where it is getting integrated. Like telecom operator, for example, he says you talk about network audit. You should have a regular audit. Every 3 months you carry out an entire network audit and make sure that it complies to that. That will take care of it better way rather than purely certifying and leaving it there. So this is one point. I always think that network audit is a better strategy rather than just getting testing certified and then job is done. No audit after that. Once you plug it in the network, you're back to zero. Please, floor is open for debate.
No, I think I would differ a little bit.
You talk systems. You talk systems. You talk systems, and that's what I'm saying. It's a system level.
Audit is the last bit. What I would like to say, even if you have audit, if your system initially is not secure by design end to end, I said the change is as strong as the weakest link. And when you say IoT, right from device, sensor, to the big card that you use, or to that you use, to the gateway that goes in the way, and then all the cloud layers and all the app, then you have the whole signal chain. Anywhere you cannot simply relax that by upper layer is secure, by lower layer is secure. I can afford to be insecure.
No, but they're doing it by secure by design. They're giving you certificate. Why are you loading them with the testing?
No, but
they have done it. They have implemented it. They are giving you certificate. They are trusted source. Government has put them as a part of trusted source. You take it on a system level, please.
Prior to government coming into the trusted source, I have a slightly different opinion on this. What were the standard certifications that people talk about?
Yeah.
You're talking of years, you're talking of but that certificate is valid for that distance.
That's moment only.
That hardware and that version of OS of the application installed as of that day.
Correct.
The next standard version of that certificate is not invalid. So this is a game, this is a business that needs to end. First thing. Second, the point regarding managed services from ISPs being provided. Unfortunately, again, I'm in the organization, I try to do this in my organization. Unfortunately, when you see the models of delivery, it is mind-boggling what they come with the same entire infrastructure of this firewall, IPS deployed at each premise that you want. And they say they are providing managed service. You know, at the end of the day, putting the big for that is firewalls, IPS, stage over 5, 7, 10 years, whatever is the contract duration that you are going. But the putting that is not doing any good to you. On the contrary, if that kind of a mechanism could have been brought region-wise, where the owners of ensuring this IOCs that come to every user through departmental channel went only to TSPs. These URLs, these domains, lock them, confirm. Some 95% confidence level, lock them. Rest 5% let them go through. If that was uploaded, I don't think, or put more pressure on these TSPs, they already pressed out the $2 ARPU. But maybe a subsidy can go there.
Yeah, of course.
And there is no business need for subsidies anywhere. The minute there is a subsidy, there is someone who comes up for it.
It's not generally used. Okay, misused. Misuse. Subsidy doesn't work. It is misused. Yeah.
Very abused word. We ourselves do not do it. The expectation of someone who's got business interest to be done is something.
Okay. If I give you certificate, tested certificate by global party, are you okay with it? I'm just joking. Why do you want to test it in India again? Before that, please.
The cost point is prohibitive because I had an opportunity to work with Ericsson, Intel before I started my own. Believe me, I've never seen these big corporations. I have been a kernel developer in Intel, Linux and myself. I've never seen these big corporations paying a single paisa in royalty. They all start developing product from an open source product, either it is VMware or pfSense. That's the culture we need to build it.
Yeah.
You can build a good firewall in less than 5 lakh rupees.
Yeah.
And once it is less than 5 lakh rupees my bill of material, how much will I charge? I cannot charge 10 lakh rupees on that.
Absolutely.
If you see, I have an opportunity to work in US, Israel and all. Once we develop this local ecosystem, where not everything is a rocket science, then can be done locally in India, the cost of security will come down like the cost of website development. Today you can get the website development at 500 rupees. When I started my career in 1998, graduating IIT Delhi, the website cost development was around 5 lakhs to 7 lakhs rupees. So because Indian ecosystem has to grow, that's where TEC and many container corporations of India, these are like big blogs. If they push, believe me, cost will come down and security will become democratized. Then every person can afford a good security without losing the data. The second important point and last important which I want to say that is security is everybody's thing, but I should know about it. It's like if I don't know that breathing will give me COVID, I was breathing like everywhere else, now I carry mask. So education of the user plus the support of the ecosystem so that as a country, as a society, as a growing country or a big economy, we have to bring the cost of this, some of the very costly things down so that everybody can afford it. To me, that's a long-term process that I see. Yeah.
Good point. Good suggestion. Please, Mike, madam. You still have energy. Yes, sir.
My question is फाउंडेशन से है जो हमारे पास 52 इंडिपेंडेंट कंपनी सर्टिफिकेट से है हम लोग एप्लीकेशन सर्टिफिकेट करवा देते हैं उसको जब हार्डवेयर पर लोड करते हैं एनआईसी में या जहाँ भी लोड करते हैं उसमें प्रॉब्लम आ रही है उसको ठीक करने के क्या किया जाए सॉल्यूशन यूनिवर्सिटी सर
solutions exist. Again, Divyanshu was talking of solutions in right, so there in cyber is here. And I saw these solutions exist. Continuous monitoring is possible. But we are either not aware or not unwilling, and very important point, prohibited. Why is it prohibited? It is, again, let me again hold the bull by its horn. It is the greed of the people sitting here. It is prohibited because of that, because when product OEM और जिसने बनाया है, स्टार्टअप ने बनाया है, he does the solution which is trust based, which can do for the cost for him is same whether it is 5 IP or 5 lakh IP. Intermediary or a big tech will come in between and say I will license it per user. वो 5 रुपए को solution देता है आपको 5 लाख के per user करके 25 लाख कराऊंगा. The greed has to go. There has to be bottom lines coming. There has to be regulations coming in. And I think over here is a big case of regulating business where you put a cap on how much you can earn. This was done on telecos. There were 15 rupees incoming call and 9 rupees outgoing. And they were brought down to 30 paisa. This needs to be done in this industry also.
So competition नहीं लाया. Regulator नहीं लाया.
Or who will offer some product system services, then maybe we can get that, but that's a tall ask right now.
Okay, if any more question is left, please ask now. Last few minutes. Otherwise, we are closing this panel. I see one hand there.
So my name is Arun. This is regarding the analogy Mr. Pandey gave regarding locking the main gate. Now, analogy that you mentioned about locking the main gate and then have a sense of security. But the point is, sir, is exactly what was cybersecurity is exploited. It is that as a user, I have notified I put a firewall, but there are as and when this IoT device comes in, please multiply the attack surfaces. It's like I have a strongly built front door, my windows are breaking. So what's the point having a front door? It has to be a clear approach, and not to mention that the data point says 60 to 70% attacks are from inside. So having a locking the main door at the perimeter, I don't think is sane advice. It has to be clear, it has to be internal, and it has to be holistic.
Mix and match. Yeah, please.
I have never been an advocate of this thought process more than I was about a year back when I was advocating the same tiered approach. What does a tiered approach get? Multiple OEM, multiple solutions. Does it guarantee any security? I'm not, I don't think, does any one of them guarantee 100% security?
Nobody can.
All the solutions, all multiple tiers. I have this infrastructure still vulnerable. The probability has reduced. Now I take my analogy further. You had a house on ground floor. And when I talk of my house, I am talking of India mind. I am talking of blocking IOCs, multiple threat vectors at the cable landing stations. Not, and many of them, multiple URLs that IOCs at the cable landing stations. But let me take a house for this floor. 10 floor or 100 floor of what security threat are you going to get to control? Even after all you move. When I am saying security by design and what I am trying to, when I am saying this mindset, I am trying to break that mindset which revolves around products. That you need a product at early place. Focus on security by design is what I am talking about. Look at your need. Based on the need there is a design. Address that design. Also, when I was being taught my ABC of info security, someone told me what is information. And many are here going to doing, but I would still like to ask if anyone can tell me what is information. Now, let me give you an example. Sun rises in the east, or Chandrayaan 3 is landing on moon today at 1804. Is it an information? Is it an information? I'm again asking anyone, is it a yes, show of hand? Yes, it's an information. It is
It's an information.
It is not information because information associated with uncertainty. When you provide certainty to each to a particular piece of information, it becomes data. We need to differentiate between data and information. And again, I am able to appreciate it because from the background that I am coming to. If there is an enemy, the enemy will attack. It is not an information. I need to evaluate my vulnerability in a his strength where he can move in or exploit my vulnerability. There is a gap which exists for 100 meters for a transient 2 minutes. It is information for the enemy for that 2 minutes only because that is the only time we can do it. If I am plugging it, no longer information. That is security by design. Security by design is not drawing paper books and drawing boards and putting multiple solutions.
So let me further elaborate on this last statement. Security by design does not mean you design a product and then put a layer of security on it, put a lock on it. That's not security by design. Security by design is that your software algorithm, your hardware, whatever it is so well designed that there is no chance of intrusion by design. It's so well done. You have a lot of mechanical design, you can't lock it. You can only open it from inside. You cannot open it from outside unless you put a key. Am I right? So it does not mean security by design. It means you still have to depend on the security layer product from some vendor or another. No, that's where your actual design competence skills come in.
Yep.
When we talk security technology, again a problem that I have in my own community and people who are in the technology school. We forget what it is for. It is to address the business community. If I oversell security, and the business system gets compromised, nobody is interested in it. And I give you a real life example that security will, in the corporate world will come much later. We started demonstrating security much earlier, 2000 before I was first demonstration that we made. And when it's simple that I can hack a password, I can have access to the password. You know, go to the enter and we did this demonstration also because big ticket item, we needed best eyeballs to move the whole thing idea. We got it to the army commanders. You know what happened with the army commander shut down the computer, never used it. The staff next shut it down. The boss doesn't need it, there's a problem, someone can take password, do something. Next, couple 3 years shut down. It took us 4 years to change our own mindset, to change the presentation, to say, okay, this is a vulnerability that can be exploited, but this I am not showing to make you fear that this exists. This I am showing to ensure that these kind of things need to be plugged in. And I have to relate it to business where actual war fighting goes. When I could relate this security, the technical security, to the business security, the uptake was much better. And that is why I said today ransomware is a boon. Ransomware is a boon to the security professionals and technology people in this room because it hits the bottom line, it relates to businesses. Otherwise, we could have been discussing it finally.
All right, with this, we close this session. Please give a round of applause to our excellent panelists. Thank you very much. We have a token of appreciation, Madam. Please bring it.
Thank you, Dinesh. It was a very interactive session where we spoke a lot on these things. I don't know whether sun rising and sunset is an information. Some places it is information, sir. Some place it because sometime when we go, we ask, say today whether it is sunrise will be happen or not. So I don't know whether it is information but I do agree. Information has to be a data. I agree, sir. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a mementos to the distinguished speakers. I request Dinesh Chand Sharma, Director, Standard and Public Policy, SCSI, to present the mementos. First to Parikshit. Thank you, Parikshit. Maybe you can come from that side, yeah. He's from Northern Communications. Then to Vishwatosh from Alcatel Lucent. Then to Sri A.S. Pandeji. Divyanshu Verma. Kishore Narang. The young man of the industry, Kishore Narang. Vinayji, I would like to present a memento to you. Thank you so much. We come to the end of this Safe City conference. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Wait for the next conference. Now we all will enjoy the G20. So wait for the next conference. So now G20, I don't know, I've been told not to get out of the house for 3 days. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please enjoy the tea. We'll see you soon. And thank you all partners. Thank you so much.
अभी तो 1.5 साल हुआ है, बट वी हैव गॉट कस्टमर नाउ. ONGC हो गया, IGL हो गया.
हेलो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन निमन सर मेरे को खींचो हेलो
ले हेलो